The need for speed. Ow!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here live from Utah Motorsports campus. My name is Xander Clemens. In the booth alongside me is Caleb Smock, and qualifying is just getting underway in Salt Lake City. It is a hot one here to start the day, Caleb.
Yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous out today. Like you said, the temperature's kind of up there, but you couldn't ask for a better backdrop. We're up here in the mountains. You got two mountain ranges on both sides of the track. Track has absolutely been gorgeous. It ran well yesterday, and we were doing happy hour.
Yeah, it was a good and smooth day of practice here. Obviously, sunny skies all day long so far, and that's what we're hopefully in for the rest of the weekend. We're watching some of the Microswift drivers make their way through the infield bus stop chicane as qualifying has just gotten started. Rocco Simone setting the initial pace on top of the boards in the first of 8 groups to run here with a bit of passing on screen. I believe that's Pasha Ali getting past by one of the GFC entries. Watching this group as they head towards the final sector. It's a mix of switchback hairpins here, and we'll continue to give you more angles as the day rolls on here through qualifying. We'll also be having Kendall Hedge and Jenna Tommy talking to a number of the contenders here this weekend and giving you an idea of who you can expect to see at the front and what they may be like without the helmet on. But qualifying is going. 3.5 minutes complete. Simone tops the boards, although we'll check that. Jackson Porter in the Hy-Vee Nitro Kart number 21 to the top by 0.03 of a second. And we go on down the line. Mateus Romalo, 3rd. Julian Sanchez, 4th. Nico Orbezo, 5th. Drew Walt, 6th. Luke Gilio, 7th. Braden Wagner, 8th. Troy Ferguson, 9th. And Paxton Dyson rounds your current top 10. But the lap's just getting underway here for the 21-driver Microswift class. And a massive racetrack here, 0.89 miles in length. So I think we'll see everyone running in one massive qualifying group as we watch Simone exiting one of the back hairpins here, heading towards the double left 180 on through towards the final sector of the racetrack. And Rocco Simone, he's been on a hot streak here this year, to say the least. Caleb started off really good back at the Florida Winter Tour in the SKUSA Winter Series.
Yeah, he's been carrying some good momentum, but right now in qualifying, like you said, this is a bigger track, 0.8 of a mile. Not the longest one we'll go to this year for the SKUSA Pro Tour season, but it is got some really long straightaways. So you can see him running by himself. That second pack running right behind, also having some good times. Troy Ferguson just goes to P2. Rocco now gets bumped down into P number 2. So the rest of the field sorting themselves out. As I was saying before, you're going to need to be in a tow if you want a good qualifying run. When it comes time for the pack racing or the heat races in the feature, you're going to see some packs start to break up. It's kind of hard to run off by yourself and stay quick in qualifying. So Rocco Simone running in P2 right now, maybe falling down through the orders. That rest of the field starts to bunch back up.
Yeah, and that'll be one thing that's very interesting here. But the checkered flag is already flying for many that have crossed the line. I believe Simone has yet to do so as we just hit the 5-minute clock. So the checkered flag was given to the back half of the group. Simone, as you mentioned, picking the decision to run on his own, poke his own hole in the air. And as you mentioned, at the moment he's second. We'll see on this final lap if anyone can go any bit quicker. Now, in the micro, mini, and then the 100cc classes, you may not see as much tire degradation, but that's been the name of the game so far for the gearbox divisions and for your X30 Junior and X30 Pro classes as well, is saving tires. You'll see most of those guys probably try to get a gap and run their quickest lap on lap number 1, if not 1, by lap number 2. By lap 3, the fall off will already be substantial enough they won't really improve too much. As we see some final lap improvements, Julian Sanchez to the top of the boards by 0.2 of a second. Luke Gilio jumps up as well. Troy Ferguson 3rd, Matthew Cagle 4th, Paxton Dyson into the top 5 with one of his best Superkarts USA Pro Tour qualifying runs. Pasha Ali is 6th with another improvement as well. Then our Bezo Porter gets bumped all the way down to 8th. He was on top of the box for the moment. Then Mateus Romalo, a winner earlier this year, in 9th, and Rocco Simone, as we mentioned, by himself. Well, he was about a half second off, 4.5 to be exact. He rounds your top 10. So that'll do it for the Microswift class. They're going to clear the racetrack. We're going to take a quick commercial break. Let's bring you back through everyone as you'll see the entire 21 driver field together. Not a lot of big names struggling too much. I mean, you'll see again Romalo, Simone, and Porter probably making their way forward from the back of the field, or back of the top 10. Royce Vega's one name there that's going to be near the further back on the grid. He qualified down in the 17th spot. That's a driver who ran inside the top 5 here 1 year ago, so not a great start for the Bennick pilot. As you can see, he rolls off to the inside there on qualifying 17th, back on row number 9. So some work to be done for the boys in the blue and orange, but nonetheless, one group complete, lots more to come. Stick with us. Kart Chasers coverage of the Utah Motorsports Campus stop on the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour. We'll be right back after this.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Welcome back here live from Utah Motorsports Campus. We are covering the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour rounds 3 and 4 here this weekend. We just wrapped up Micro Swift qualifying. They're getting set to go green here with the following group, beginning with your KA100 juniors. As you can see down on the grid, this class still filing in, and with the time blocks they've got, we've got plenty of time, which gives us plenty of time to talk about the race weekend here. Caleb, this racetrack, as we mentioned, 0.89 miles in length. We talked a little bit during that Micro Swift qualifying session how important the toe is here. It's going to pack these guys up for a lot of the day.
Yeah, turn 1 I think is going to be your best opportunity for passing. Get this long run down the straight. Turn 1 doesn't really slow you down a whole lot, but it does kind of boggle down your momentum just enough before you get into the tighter parts of it so you can have a better setup for it. Like you said, pack racing is going to be the name of the game. Something else we've seen yesterday is the amount of dust. If you drop a wheel, you're going straight into the dirt. There's no grass. You're going to kick dust up, may get some stuff onto your tires and kick it up for the guys behind you.
Yeah, that'll be huge here. And it's some rough off-track conditions here. You're not seeing a whole lot of grass out here in Utah. They have the salt plains here for a reason, and you've got nothing but rocks and sand when you go off the racetrack. So not only does that get drug onto the racetrack for normally another lap or so in that specific section, but obviously if that gets into the go-kart, that gets into your airbox, you could be looking at some major problems. We've seen some big-time dust clouds here. We go back here 1 year ago to the X30 Pro Division, and there was a major dust-up in turn number 1 on the pre-final on one of the days. Ryan Norberg, Hannah Greenemeyer, and Trey Brown all battling for the lead. They went way off the racetrack, all the way down to the barriers down by turn number 1 with a one small mistake, and you lost sight of both karts that went off, both Brown and Norberg, 100 feet probably into the sand, absolutely caked in just light brown Salt Lake City, Utah sand and dirt. And, yeah, it was a wild sight to see. So I think we'll see quite a bit of action down. This track obviously has a lot of passing opportunities as well. You've got turn number 1. You could pass somebody back over into turn number 3 if you want to count turns 1 and 2 a double apex. Call that turn number 3. Kind of tough to pass into turn number 4, and then really from there, turn 4 on, you're mostly single file. We've seen some aggressive moves in the infield chicane, and then towards the back sector of the racetrack, you've just got a bunch more switchback hairpins. So with it being as high speed as it is, as flowing as it is, hopefully it'll give us more opportunities for the gearbox classes to pass, because we have a massive purse and a stacked field in Pro Shifter here this weekend.
Yeah, for shifters at least, when you're talking about gearbox, the pass back going into turn number 1 is going to be huge, because you can toe coming out of the final corner all the way down. And as you were talking about, you get to the back final couple of corners in that back right corner that we're facing at, you have a big hairpin, which you can definitely send it in on. But if you're the guy getting passed, you can definitely run the high line, try to get around and late apex it, try to pass him right back. There's really no, if someone comes off the track, you get some tighter tracks, say, yeah, there's no place to pass. Understandable. When you come here, there's really a whole bunch of opportunities to get a good run going for someone. When you get into the single speed, like clutch classes, there's even more opportunities if you find somebody who can push you going down a couple of corners.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're going to see here with one of those classes gearing up on the grid as the K100 juniors continue to form on up. We want to give a big shout out, and we'll give a whole lot of love throughout this weekend to Aspen Fuels USA. Now, we'll break down what that purse looks like here for Pro Shifter, because they have stepped up in a major, major way this weekend. We already know for our pro classes, both X30 Senior and then Pro Shifter, they're $2,500 to win per day. So $2,500 to win for each main event. Adding then the purse goes on down from there for the top 3. So you have a $5,000 up for grabs if you're able to sweep both main events. Pro Shifter, well, they've got a $6,000 bonus purse added onto the massive purse they already have for each individual day. $3,000 to the overall highest point scorer on the weekend. $2,000 to the second highest point scorer on the weekend, and $1,000 to the third highest overall finisher on the weekend. So if you come out with a weekend sweep, in the case of what Marion Kremers did in NOLA Motorsports Park, it's not just going to be a $5,000 payday, it'd be an $8,000 payday. And a huge thanks to Aspen Fuels. I mean, they have stepped up in a major way. They're giving away free T-shirts to every single driver here in the paddock area, and they're going to be raffling off a free entry with tires to SKUSA Supernats 25 at podiums on Sunday, for those at least that are wearing the T-shirts over to the podium area. So super cool to see Aspen Fuel stepping up, and to have a fuel and sponsor partner here with Supercarts USA that is invested in the program and in the sport, not just kind of looking at it as another profit opportunity, but really wanting to get in on the ground level with SKUSA and grow with them together as they continue to grow their brand out in the U.S. as well. So big thanks to Aspen Fuels. We'll be giving them quite a bit of love, of course, throughout the weekend. That was the big switch that started here at Utah Motorsports Campus last year with some testing, and then moved on to officially become the fuel back at SKUSA Supernats 24 at the end of 2021's championship season. We're still waiting for a little more green flag racing action here in K100 Junior. We can preview the class a little bit for you, and it's a big one. 39 drivers in total here, and it looks like, I believe, we'll see all of them on the grid, but I'm not 100% sure if they will be splitting or not. We'll find out in just a moment, as one of those classes there at 40 drivers strong that could be a very, very busy racetrack. But top of the boards from final practice yesterday, Max Taylor in the Mike Doty Racing Lando Norris kart. He's been impressive all year long, Caleb.
Yeah, Max Taylor has. Caleb Gaffera, some big names that we've seen not only at the SKUSA level, but also when you go into USPKS. The winner tour already had Caleb Gaffera, P2. Ethan Boer running in P number 3, making his way up into the top parts of the field. I believe engines have fired, so I'm wondering if we're about to get underway here soon. Some of the other heavy hitters going down through the field as we're making a quick little scroll. Diego Guido finds himself all the way back almost into the 20s. That's something we haven't seen in a while. Stephen Miller finding himself P36. Oscar Iliff 38. Cooper Shipman 39. Again, this is based off of times from yesterday. Excuse me. So there's a bunch of big names kind of spread out throughout the field. I think it's going to be a pretty split field when it comes down for heat racing and finals.
And a lot of new names as well here. The 100cc classes have been strong. It does look like we are going to see a split grid, I believe. So this is the back half of the field from final practice yesterday, heading on to the racetrack here through turns 1 and 2. 5 minutes for qualifying. We saw with the micros, they were able to get 4 full-speed laps on the racetrack here. And Cooper Shipman, as you mentioned here, did not get a good lap in final practice. Neither did Oscar Iliff, Charlie Smith, Stephen Miller. Or no, sorry, we're flipped. Caleb Gaffera, I believe, should be in this group because it should go, I think, the opposite way. But we'll find out in just a moment. So we've got big names all over. We'll identify them when they get by the start-finish line for the first lap. But I know Gaffera got into a dust-up in the final practice session. So he may be the one that's in the slower group, and the bigger names may be down towards the back in the opposite order with Oscar Iliff, Cooper Shipman, Charlie Smith in the Nash Motorsports EOS kart. Stephen Miller's been impressive. We got 2 drivers around here in qualifying to start already, and there you can see the dust cloud. Look at how dirty the tires are going to be on the 811 machine. That is going to be Jessen to Taylor. So Jessen to Taylor and one more getting tagged together in one of the final sectors on the racetrack.
Yeah, the dust is definitely going to be one of the factors. Talking about the tires getting dirty. Something else, too, is that the dust acts like a sand trap. So if you go far off a track, it may be hard to drive back on. If you get out of the cart, you're done for that session. So if someone has a big mess-up in qualifying, you could have your work cut out for you the rest of the day today.
Well, as they've come by the line here to kind of set the initial order, the last few drivers beginning their first lap on the racetrack. We've got nothing but pack racing, it looks like here. Only a couple have elected to go on their own as we see some passing here on lap number 1. That's okay. Again, we mentioned I think the tow will be more important in the lower horsepower divisions like your KA100 junior class compared to some of the higher horsepower classes where they're really going to be worried more about the tire than they will be about tow, and they'll be stressing to hit a good lap on their opening lap. This opening lap will mean at least 3 more chances to try and put something together across the line for the first time. The benchmark will be set. So the first lap is set by Beckham Tupakov. He went by Truly Adams in the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart. Those were the 2 drivers we were watching come across the line. They're headed out of turns 1 and 2 now with a pack behind them. And Adams as well, having Colin Roos starting to look closer and closer towards the rear bumper and may get passed again. But Adams, Rocky Moran Jr., Ro Luckenbill, Joey Friend, Jaden Johnson, and we've got 15 so far that have crossed the start-finish line to put a lap in the books. And we're waiting to see a few more, just group 1 of 2. Caleb Gaffera is indeed in this group along with Max Taylor. They look like they've elected to go out at the back of the grid, so they've gone by themselves, and we'll try and find them because they have gone to the top along with Ethan Boer.
That's one thing about these big pack racing tracks. If you can find 1 or 2 guys that you know you can run fast with and you're competitive, fall back to the end of the field, let that entire front pack go, get a little bit of separation, then you don't have to worry about someone bogging down your time in a pack that you don't know of. As we make the way across the line yet again, Ethan Boer currently the man on top. Let's see if it's going to shake up for him. Truly Adams goes to P1 for the moment. We're going to have to wait and see when Taylor and Gaffera come back around because I have a feeling they're going to start making their way up towards the top of that board.
Yep, so again, watching this first group come on through, we'll go back and try and pick up some of our quicker drivers as they work their way out of turns 1 and 2. Adams at a 101.6. Gaffera, just watched him come across the line. They'll punch in at a 101.1, 101.2, and a 101.3, nearly a second up. Max Taylor to the top. Gaffera leading the pack of 3 as they head for turn number 2. Here they are. You can see Gaffera in line, Max Taylor in line, along with Ethan Boer in the 881 as well. He's trailing the pair. And Ethan Boer is a name we haven't talked about too much yet, out of El Dorado Hills, California, one of the many GFC karting entries here this weekend. And that's the cool part, again, about the West Coast swing of the SKUSA Pro Tour. You see a lot of different names, especially in your 100cc semi-pro classes that may not have the budget or the wherewithal to run a full national championship season, but they've run maybe the Challenge of the Americas. The SKUSA California Pro Kart Challenge, of course, is a massive group over in SoCal. And you've got kids over in Colorado, down in Arizona, and New Mexico as well that we'll see here in Utah that we may not have seen at NOLA Motorsports Park. And depending how they fare here, may decide if they want to take the leap and try to head to Newcastle here at the end of the season. 44 seconds to go across the line. Taylor glued to the rear bumper of Gaffera. He'll go to the top. 1 minute and .979. The first one to break out of the 101 second bracket in qualifying. And this final lap, I think, for the both of them with them hooked up nose to tail, should definitely put a good mark for them to hold, hopefully, over the fast group when they head onto the racetrack. So here they come to the bus stop on the final time, 20 seconds to go. Gaffera and Max Taylor. And Taylor actually not fully connected to him, but darn close as they head towards the back.
Making the way across the line now. Let's see, Truly Adams led at the beginning part of the qualifying run, makes his way across the line, does not improve, stays in 4th. Beckham Chupakov comes across the line, going to lock into P5. Rocky Moran finds himself in P6. And I'll tell you what, someone who probably had a best run out there, Ethan Boer, we talked about before, goes right between the 2 fastest guys in the field, has a good toe cut for him with the air going through it. Making the way across the line now goes, I believe that was Gaffera, or eventually Gaffera's going to come across here soon.
Yeah, that was Gaffera and Taylor. They'll punch across. Gaffera, with help from Taylor on the final lap, goes just a touch quicker. And what's interesting here is Max Taylor aboard the RPG livery. So a new operation for Max Taylor here this weekend. He'd run with Full Tilt Racing and a Mike Doty Racing combination for the first half of the 2022 season, where he made his national debut back in January at the SKUSA Winter Series in Homestead, Miami. And now he's taken, still with the Full Tilt Racing partnership, but over to the Rollison Performance Group Cosmic operation here this week. So Max Taylor and Caleb Gaffera, teammates for the very first time, and they work together beautifully in qualifying. A 1 minute .86 for each of them, 3/10 up on the next best in our first group. Ethan Boer third. Let's take you through the rest of the top 10 from group number 1 with the results fully set so far. Gaffera again on top over Max Taylor. Ethan Boer third as they come into the scale line. Truly Adams in fourth. Beckham Tupakov fifth in the first group. Rocky Moran Jr. sixth. Joey Friend seventh. Jackson Wolney 8th, Colin Roos 9th, and Kane Martin in the 895 at a 101.852 currently sits 10th. Now, we only went up to, I believe, 16th or 17th on that group compared to group number 2, which is just getting released on the track now. So they went down to 19 to Gavin Wardle. And there's some of your group 2 names, the likes of Oscar Iliff, Stephen Miller, and more. And it's a big group they've released on the track altogether here for the outlap. This could be a little bit messy, or it could be really good for 1 or 2 guys at the back of that. But when you're stacked up like this, you're not going to go any bit faster than the guy in front of you. And there's going to be a lot of jostling here in this opening lap or 2, Caleb.
Yeah, it's going to be all about timing and mind games. You may have to fall back for a lap or 2. You don't get a lot of laps for qualifying, but you need that little bit of time to make up that extra gap if you're trying to get a lap time faster than the guy in front. Looked like no one who went out decided to take it on their own. Everyone's going to be in a pack. We're going to watch and see if that top 19 can stay locked in where they are with some big names towards the back of the field who are just not making the way across the line. I have a feeling there's going to be a big mix-up. Some of the big names, Guido is finding himself on track along with Stephen Miller. So those are big names to look out for. There's that first mid-pack making their way through the little slower parts of the track. Not a whole lot of passing opportunities, but when you're qualifying, passing isn't really what you're looking for.
No, and the front 2 of this main group that we were watching come through turn number 1, Oscar Iliff and Cooper Shipman, their teammates. Charlie Smith lined up behind him, then Stephen Miller, and then it might be Fernando Luque in the Super Tune USA Tony kart. So all of them not passing yet. Oh, Miller going to throw it down the inside on the Nash Motorsports EOS kart of Charlie Smith. We'll see if Luque does the same in the next corner. He tries it. Oh, that was a little bit late there, and that's going to hurt Charlie Smith as he tries to find a place in line. They're all going to bottleneck behind him, so we'll get a little bit of breathing room. But that right there is the last thing you want to have. You think you put yourself in a perfect spot behind someone maybe a little bit faster than you, but that can tow you around, and someone behind you stuffs you down the inside. Here comes a pass this time behind the group of 3. So these guys are going to be in great position. Iliff, Shipman, and Stephen Miller, 1, 2, 3 with a big gap behind, as it looks like Gabriel DaCosta went by on Luque. So DaCosta now leads that second group, and there's the gaggle behind them, led by a couple of GFCs, the Track Magic in the front, and then the GFC right behind. So the first lap, quickest out of the entire pack was Spencer Conrad, the Nitro Kart driver, and the 871 goes to 10th, but that was, again, due to a lot of shuffling and probably got a big tow to begin it. There is Steven Isert working with Charlie Smith, 2 West Coast California kids, nose to tail, and they've dropped back, as you said, Caleb, to give themselves a little bit of a gap. Now, if Smith could lead them to the next pack with Isert following, they could be in a really, really good spot for a heater.
Yeah, but you got to make sure the timing's right. It's kind of concerning to see that first lap go by. Only one person out of this group was able to crack the top 10. See if this time across the line there's any improvements. Like we said, Shipman up in that first group. Shipman goes to P5, Iliff to P6, Miller to P7. There goes Ernesto Rivera, goes to P7 as well. So no one able to take a crack at that top, or Shipman goes to 5th, but no one able to go higher than that. Still Gaffera out in front over Taylor. They got probably 1 or 2 more laps they can make it work for them. They're going to have to settle down here and see if they can't stay nose to tail. Even if you're not going to be able to improve your time that much, you kind of just want to get up that field. If the guy in front of you goes P2, you may just have to settle for P3 so you're not running at 13th.
Well, 2 minutes to go, which means they should have 2 more full laps around. You can see Oscar Iliff and Cooper Shipman. Now Shipman going to go by Iliff. Think he'll be able to do a better job leading the way, so he does it late in the lap. This will give Iliff a tow lap as well. But they need to find a little more pace. At the moment, their laps nearly a half-second back from Caleb Gaffera. Impressive from Truly Adams and Ethan Boer to be able to go to 3rd and 4th on the first group and it hold through 2 laps. Will it hold through 2 more? I don't think you'll see an improvement out of these guys. Maybe one out of Miller across the line. Shipman did go quicker. He goes to 3rd. Miller goes to 4th. Iliff, it was still his best, but he did, of course, have to back out and get past. And there it is, Charlie Smith's pack starting to catch traffic now. Just going by one of the Iron Rock Tony karts, or trying to. That's going to hurt him here. He'll get 1 more lap at it as he goes back to the outside. Tries to get clear, does not. and they're all going to get bottled up as Isert goes on through on Smith and says, oh, wait, let me see if I can get by this bit of traffic. So Boer's bumped down to 9th with many more drivers from group number 2 starting to find their rhythm. And this pack here, this will be interesting because, again, Charlie Smith is the highest running of this entire session. He is 3rd overall with the lap prior, but he is getting just all eaten up by this group once again. Isert's going to go by. One more will go as well. There's Jesus Vasquez Jr. at the back of this pack trying to find a smart place to be. 30 seconds to go. It means they'll all get one more lap around. Here comes this pack across the line.
Checkered flag is out.
Oh, early.
So right now it seems that Caleb Gaffari is going to be locked on pole position with Max Taylor P2. Shipman gets bumped down to P number 5 as Charlie Smith goes up into P3. Eilif not able to prove stays in 7. Neither was Stephen Miller, stays in P8.
So not a lot of improvements on the final lap for group number 2. Shipman does, as you mentioned, but it wasn't enough to do all too much. Preston Lambert on the GFC number 823 with a nice run, but Cooper Shipman, P5, that's a decent place to start in the 39 driver field. Ernesto Rivera jumped up quickly, then got bumped back to 12th. And then from group number 1, Caleb Gaffara and Max Taylor, newly formed teammates. Forget about practice day, forget about a rough ending to Friday. They put it on the front row here in KA100 Junior Qualifying. Charlie Smith, Jesus Vasquez Jr. 3rd and 4th, Cooper Shipman 5th, Preston Lambert 6th, Oscar Eilif 7th, Stephen Miller ends in 8th, then Valentino Garbarino 9th, Stephen Isert in 10th, and let's take a look down through the rest of the field. You mentioned Rivera and Boer, they're going to be on row number 6. Spencer Conrad was quick early, jumped back to the top 15. Diego Guillo down in 27th, Fernando Luque down in 21st. A couple names that have been near the front of the pack with some work to do. And Gabrielle DaCosta looked like she might have been doing all right early in the session. Ultimately qualifies down in 36th. And Gavin Wardle will start tail end Charlie on the field in 39th. So a full grid for KA Junior, set, locked, and loaded. We go one age group up to the KA100 Seniors. When we come back, it's Salt Lake City, Utah, playing host to rounds 3 and 4 of the Supercars USA Pro Tour. Stick with us.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is. Braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SKUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
Welcome back here live from Utah Motorsports Campus here for KA100 Senior Qualifying. And the first of two groups have been released onto the racetrack. So they've just completed their outlap, working through lap number 1. The likes of Vinny Muskelis, Andy Nish, Kieran Rogers, Cameron Steller, and Josiah Tracy, I believe, should be in this first pack out of the 36. And across the line, Travis Mitchell. No, my mistake there. There we go. We'll update the drivers we've got on the racetrack. They're not out just yet. Brooke Berry, third in line. Looks like Adam Ali leads this group. About 5 drivers, and one's going to pull out of the way. That was probably Travis Varney in the 940. He'll make some space. Back of the grid, though, or at least released near the back, Cole Kleck and Peyton Phillips in the slow group at the end of the day from final practice. They jump up the order. Kleck, quickest in X30 Pro Happy Hour, and I was talking with his team owner, Trevor McAllister, with the Arcade Motorsports squad. They're running a combo operation with Speed Concepts Racing aboard the CRGs here this weekend, and he thought that they probably could have gone to the top of the charts in both KA Senior and X30 Pro. He said, man, we've got a fast piece here this weekend, and Cole is on it. And, well, he's on it already to start, Caleb. 3.5 tenths up at the end of lap number 1.
Yeah, him and both Phillips doing what we were talking about, falling back towards the field with people you know are quick, running about the same times as you let that main pack go by. Times are coming through, but I have a feeling that these two, both Phillips and Klick, when they come across the line, are going to make their way back up. Right now it's Dylan Archer, finding himself in P1 with 101.210. A little bit slower scene from the KAA seniors. Those times are only going to increase. The tires continue to come in. There it is, last two across the line. Cole Klick, Peyton Phillips go to the top. Cole Klick with a 100.919. Still a little bit, probably about 2 or 3 more laps here yet to go in qualifying, so there's a lot more time for mix-up, and we still have the faster guys yet to come in the second half.
And Kleck was towing off Peyton Phillips, and Phillips knew it. So at the end of the front straightaway, Phillips pulled off to the side to drop in line behind Cole Kleck. So here we are, your 2 fastest drivers. 2 drivers, again, that we expect to see at the forefront of the field battling, but had a rough run in final practice that put them into the slow group for qualifying. As we saw in the previous session, it can be done to go pole here in group number 1 over the group 2 drivers. They're obviously expected to be quicker, but if you can at least hit your marks and maybe find a dancing partner at a track this big, you should be all right. So Peyton Phillips will now get to benefit off the toe of Cole Kleck instead of the other way around, beginning next time by. Here comes that first pack into turn number 1, led by Adam Ali. As they go on through, more shuffling near the front. Tyler Akigami moving up into second. Grace Emmert into third. Barry fourth. Tevin Robbins fifth. Oscar Panozzo sixth. Travis Mitchell 7th. Again, then Ali, Ren Palmquist in 9th, and Peyton Phillips' lap from lap 3 drops him down into 10th. But Cole Kleck able to get a massive tow, especially with Phillips moving out of the way at the last second, probably got him even closer. He locks in at a 101.6.
Phillips this time by, probably have his better lap. You have to throw that lap away when you let someone go by and let off of it. Now he is in the tow of Klick. Right now, Phillips finds himself in P10. Look for him to make his way up the field. Something else we're looking at, too. Adam Ali leading that first pack. He has no one to push him, and he also has no one to tow off. If he's got a couple guys who are pushing him, they can only go as fast as the guy in front of you. You may look for him to fall back to the field, see if he can't work a tow lap this time by, or checkered flag is out, so that was the last time for him. So Adam Ali not able to improve, finds himself falling back through the field. Rest of the field making the way through. Let's see if Phillips has anything this time by. This is the only lap he's going to get in the tow.
Yeah, last chance here for Peyton Phillips as they come across. Looked like Cole Kleck pulled him a little bit. He at least got a decent lap together, though. 101.066. Unfortunately, that was 4 tenths off the best to Kleck. It only puts him 4th in the group out of the 36 drivers. I don't know how well that'll hold up with Group 2 being pretty stacked to the rim with talent. But Cole Kleck, what an impressive run in qualifying. Again, on lap number 3, getting that good tow off Peyton Phillips. A 1:06.646. His final lap on his own on lap number 4 still would have put him on the top at a 1:07.57. He is 3 3/4 tenths up on this entire group. Man, what a good weekend in the works here for the Texas-based driver Cole Kleck and the Arcane Motorsports squad. His first ever weekend aboard the CRG chassis, and I have a feeling we're going to see a lot more of the black, red, and orange here this week because they have been fast across the board. In your KA Senior class, of course, with Cole Kleck. For X30 Junior and X30 Pro, a lot of big names to come in that one. However, for KA Senior, we've still got the other half to come. Let's, again, we'll go through what we've got so far. We've got 18 completed, 18 more to go. There's the next group getting released on the racetrack. here's an idea of some of the big names that you're expecting to see. Jeremy Fletcher was quickest in final practice yesterday. Did not even need to come here for a test weekend the weekend before. Talked with him after the first session on Thursday. Took him a couple laps. He was like, all right, I remember this place. We'll be okay. So the rookie sensation quickest over last year, one of last year's rookie hotshots, Alex Stanfield in the Team Felon Tony Kart. The former teammates now split as Fletcher makes his RPM debut. The Ryan Perry Motorsports squad picking up a superstar in the 922 machine. Jack Doyle was third in final practice. Cedric Lupien, flying the flag for Rollison Performance Group in the 100cc categories this year, was fourth. Ethan Rapp, Caleb Schrader, Josh Campbell, Lydia Small was impressive yesterday. Another one of the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Karts. Lydia Small, I think this weekend could be a sleeper pick for the top 5. She hung inside the top 10 throughout all 5 sessions of Friday practice, and I think should be in a very good spot with some girl power just in front of her to start the lap as Macy Williams runs in front of her. We'll watch the first 2, though, head through turns 3 and 4. Fletcher just, again, deciding, you know what, I'll go on my own. If it puts me in the first few rows, I should be fine. Doesn't have to worry about traffic. Alex Stanfield trying to stay in the wake. He's a little bit back, though.
Yeah, anyone inside the top 10 probably has a good chance when it comes time to the pre-final and the feature, just because we've seen how much of a pack race it's been so far. You just got to get your name up towards the front. If you're towards the back, it's probably going to be a crapshoot to see if you can make it into that top 10. But if you're inside that fast pack, you're probably set. So that's a good call on Fletcher's standpoint, to where if you can make it to where you're up in that top group, you may be set in. You don't want to fall back and have to worry about possibly not getting a lot of people trying to pass you back and forth. Someone else to keep an eye on is Rudolph, also someone who's a rookie trying to make his debut season, that is, for him. Inside the top field, he's been quick all season long. He's got good momentum coming off of TSRS. Just now across the line, Jeremy Fletcher finds himself in P2.
Yeah, Aiden Rudolph has had a banner year here to begin a rookie campaign. Another rookie moving up, Vinny Miskelis in the 948. He was pretty pumped up at the end of warm-up this morning as we watched Rudolph head through turn number 3. Miskelis in the Team Felon Red Speed, or Core Karting Red Speed, the 948 machine, third with his first lap. Right behind Jeremy Fletcher, Caleb Schrader on the RPG Cosmic. Quick, here's Cedric Lupien headed towards the back section. He should be on a heater this time, Caleb. Look how much he's going to pull up to Alex Stanfield at the end of the back straightaway. I think the former Canadian national champion Cedric Lupien, a veteran driver here and one of the RPG driver coaches as well, getting some time behind the wheel this season in a full national championship campaign for 100cc racing in the SKUSA Pro Tour. He could very well put himself to the top this time if he can get a good tow down the front straightaway. Here he goes, head behind the wheel. Where does Cedric Lupien fall? To second. Just comes up shy as Jeremy Fletcher. A 1-minute 4.12. Lupien now going to get bumped to third. Now fourth. Zach Meyer, a name we have not talked about much, moves up into the third spot, or into second. Caleb Schrader to third. There's Schrader on track here, working his way around, and I'm not sure which operation Meyer finds himself with. Indeed, another one of the RPG Cosmics. So it is 2, 3, and 4 for Rollison Performance Group. Then back to Jack Doyle in the 928. Now make it 5. Doyle, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4 drivers out of the top 5 with RPG, although the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart of Jeremy Fletcher still ripping out front.
Kind of shocking he's able to do that by himself without a tow. It was a beautiful move that was done by Lupien. As you said before, that was almost textbook of trying to draft up to someone to get a good tow. This lap, though, he still had more of a gap when it came across the line, so he has more time for improvement. Checkered flag is not out this time. It's probably going to be shown next time. Fletcher not able to improve his time. He goes about the same, but just a little bit slower. Schrader also stays locked in into P3, as we're going to see if there's any more big movers. But right now, I think we hit that plateau of everyone hit the fastest.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll see a big improvement here on lap number 4 outside of someone getting a good draft lap. There's Caleb Schrader heading through. More drivers behind him. You saw Aiden Rudolph go in it. Here's, I believe, Josiah Tracy leading the pack out of that corner. That might be Schrader at the end of it. Looks like Miskelis in the middle. So Josiah Tracy, right now, where does he fall? He is 11th. Cole Kleck from Group 1 has been bumped all the way down to 12th. Still respectable, and it is tight. I mean, you're talking 2.5 tenths right now from 1st to 14th with Andy Nish, and even further back still rough. Alex Stanfield is only 2.5 tenths off. He's 16th at the moment, and he got passed by Cedric Lupien headed to turn number 1 last time by, so I don't think you'll see a good lap. Alex Stanfield, who was a winner in New Orleans, is going to be looking to have to come through the pack in the pre-final as the checkered flag falls. Fletcher, no improvement majorly. He gets a couple more hundreds. No, he does not even. 200s off, and Caleb Schrader to the top of the boards at a 1:3:97 on the final lap. And it is a first career RPG Cosmic Driver Caleb Schrader pole award here in K100 Senior.
Congratulations to him. That's huge. And as we said before, the times is insane. This is a tight field. Honestly, anyone inside the top 20 has a good chance of trying to make their way up into the parts of the field as we're pointing out on track. They still have one more lap to come in here.
Yeah, they'll make their way on in. Caleb Schrader, again, what a phenomenal run here in qualifying. Timed everything perfectly and then got a great final lap together. So Caleb Schrader to the point. He'll lead Jeremy Fletcher to the green as they make up row number 1. And let's take you down through the rest of the field. You can see some big names, unfortunately, further back. Aiden Rudolph ending 16th. Peyton Phillips from Group 2. We know he was going to be having some work to do as he was unable to beat Cole Kleck. He was 22nd. I don't think a bunch of names too far back, but definitely some top contenders starting down in the 20s. 36 drivers for K100 Senior in your top 10. Well, again, Schrader, Fletcher, Meyer, Lupien, Doyle. Again, you got 1, 3, 4, 5 for Rollison Performance Group. Josh Campbell and the Ryan Perry Motorsport, Tony Cart, and 6th. Ethan Rapp, 7th. Vinny Muskelis, 8th. Macy Williams in the CB Motorsports, EOS Cart, 9th. And Walker Hess, one of the Utah Motorsports campus regulars, a former national regular, and now just finds himself coming whenever the National Series comes to town to make his 1 start or 2 of the year, because every once in a while we'll see Walker get the urge and join us in Las Vegas. But he has a respectable qualifying run for a part-time schedule, ends up in 10th, and that does it for your KA100 Seniors. 2 groups for them. Should be just 1 group potentially for the minis. They might divide into 2 at the numbers they've got because they are at 30 plus as well. So 39 KA100 Seniors or Juniors, 36 KA Seniors. The Micro Swifts qualified as well. Now it's time to go Mini Swift qualifying here from Utah Motorsports campus. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
And across the line for the first of 2 groups here in the Mini Swift class at 37 drivers. They'll all make their way down to turn number 1. And we'll see them cycle through of who we have. And it is one long, big train for this entire first group, really. Not a lot of drivers in this pack at all. I don't think we have a single one that's decided to go on their own. And that was to be expected, of course, with the nature of this racetrack and how it all comes together. So we'll identify more from group number 1 here in just a moment. But some of the big names you'll see later on in group number 2 were the ones that were quickest at the end of final practice yesterday. Max Weiland was impressive. Carson Weinberg, Maxim Kerwin. We got one way off over with a big dust up at the end of the bus stop chicane on the back straightaway. I think was able to get back going just now. That looks like it might be Edward Kennedy in the Nash Motorsports Kart Republic. So not a great start to Saturday here for Edward Kennedy, and it'll take a lap to get the dust off the tires there.
Yeah, now he finds himself in the back of the field. Dust on the tires, no drafting partner. So unfortunately, I think that his qualifying session is going to be a recovery. Across the line now, Devin Waltz goes P1, Ty Fisher to P2 as they find themselves in the middle of that front pack. You can see them passing back and forth. If you can see a couple of guys on track in between that first and second pack, there are 3 running by themselves. You see them on the top of the screen here soon. Look for them to possibly put down some good lap times. Other big names looking through that we are going to have to look forward to. Carson Weinberg is going to be in group number 2, Tyrone Kemper Jr. So this is the slow group. A couple of big names that we've seen up in the mid-pack towards the front of the field. Like we said, Devin Walls, Ty Fisher, top 2 fastest out on track. David Ybarra finds himself in P3. Someone else we've seen every once in a while making his way towards the front on the national circuit. Top 3 working their way nose to tail. Look for that P4 car. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that may be Alan Bonalla. Find himself in P9, but I could be wrong on that driver.
Yeah, Alan Bonilla there in the 192. Matthew Raynol in 10th at the end of lap number 1, but a big delta on the first lap as they're all shuffling. Here comes that first group across the line. First ones to put some laps in, Ty Fisher, David Ibarra, Keegan Ellsworth, Cypress Andrus jumps up there in one of the further back packs. Ty Fisher, the Canadian driver aboard the Speed Lab TB kart combination entry. David Ibarra in the 106 leads that group in the Arcane Motorsports CRG. So again, another one of the CRG entries. This time he's in group number 2, but at least he's towards the top of it so far. Second on the order and leading the pack by doing so as well.
That CRG we've seen with the rebirth. Obviously, it's been coming into fruition. We've seen earlier with the KA100 Senior finding its way in now in the junior categories is Ybarra working his way in that middle pack, I want to say, in that CRG. Top 4 now bunched up nose to tail. Bonalla that we were talking about finds himself in P11, so he was not able to improve as much as I thought he would. Still a couple laps to go. We got 2 to go right now. It's about to be 1 lap to go at the line. See if the top 4, Ty Fisher, Ybarra. There's Ybarra to P1. For the moment, Fisher's going to take it right back. Goes to P1. Devin Wallace finds himself in P2. Caprice Andres falls back into P5. Rest of the field still making their way through. Again, this is one of 2 groups. The fastest still yet to come. Right now with these guys, we're trying to see if they can't find a time that may lock them into the top 15. But I think Ty Fisher and Devin Wallace may have a good chance of finding their way in that front 5 when we got the second group out on track.
Yeah, here they go through the bus stop again. This will be the checkered flag lap. Final lap for anyone to try and find some more speed. As they head towards the last corner, they're at least staying working together in this group. Ibarra still leads the pack. Devin Waltz is 3rd in line. He is 2nd on the board. Has been pushing Ty Fisher. Or no, Fisher, I'm not sure if we have Fisher in that group. I think he's in the next group. He's been pushing the one driver that was 2nd in line for quite a bit this lap around. Let's see if Waltz can go a little better. He's in a great position to do so. Ibarra leading the charge across the stripe. Where will they end up at the end of lap number 4? Ibarra at a 104.43. Does it get bested? The next group still to come. Fisher can't beat it. Keegan Ellsworth jumps to 2nd. Not enough. Alex Bayajan moves to 7th. Betty Schmidt 6th. Cypress Andrus in 5th. Waltz 4th. Ty Fisher 3rd. And that'll do it for group number 1. So David Ibarra, with no draft at all, jumps up to the top on the final lap for group number 1. And the benchmark is set for group number 2, a 1 minute 4.436 in qualifying.
Group number 2 about to go out. Max Weiland, Carson Weinberg, some names we've seen up front. Tyrone Kemper Jr., who slowly has been making his way towards that front pack as the season's gone on. Kai Johnson, always been a front runner. Alessandro Chusho find himself in that second group as well. Tyler Roberts, Jack Iliff, Lucas Palacio. So this is going to be a stacked field. Curious to see if they're going to try to do the independent run. It worked for the past 2 classes with David Ybarra pulling out P1. Let's see if they're going to try to bunch it back up. There's going to be a couple of takers who are going to go out by themselves, maybe find 1 or 2 drivers, fall back through the field, and work that draft to your favor. Again, that front straightaway, the run out of the final corner to turn 1, probably one of the longest we'll see on the SKUSA Pro Tour circuit, is something that's been causing a lot of issues and a lot of excitement for us on this stand part of it. As your driver, the middle game's definitely coming to play here in qualifying. So right now, group number 2 making their way out on track. Let's see who's going to make their way out in front.
It'll take a minute to identify. Look at all that shuffling.
That's
Carson
a whole lot of
Weinberg
cards.
in the end of the frame there was just dropping all the way to the tail end of the pack. It looked like Max Weiland was going to do the same. Nobody wanting to be the leader. So we'll see if anyone decides to try and maybe lead for a lap and then drop back, or if they're all going to settle in from where they're at right now. Look at that again. They're 3 and 4 wide. Everyone slowing down to get their own bit of space on the racetrack, their own bit of real estate of where they want to be, and not give it to anyone else. We're going to see a little more games here as we get higher and higher up in the age groups. And the fastest mini drivers, they know they don't want to be the first one to cross the start-finish line.
Yeah, there is a point, though, when you over-engineer how to do a qualifying run and you find yourself trying to get into the perfect situation. Before you know it, you're out of laps. If I'm not mistaken, Kai Johnson finds himself up into P2. I believe that is also, if I'm looking down through the order.
Oh, we got
Tyler
more.
Roberts in that second group.
More were bottling up here across the line. So here they go. Starting the first lap, you can see the leader was looking back quite a bit of the first pack, and the same in this second group. Into turns 1 and 2 to start lap number 1. You can see Lucas Palacios fourth in line in this pack. One of the many parallel entries leading it across. And we've got two together in the dirt over outside of turns 1 and 2. One of the many CRG drivers, and it looks like trying to see, might be an RPM Tony kart that's gone off in turn 2 as well, and that is detrimental to their session, not only for the tires to get dirty and to kind of have to get all sorted back out again, but on top of that, losing the pack of everybody else to run with.
Again, there's that over-engineering I was talking about. You're trying to get yourself in the right situation. You make it too complicated to the point to where you have what just happened. You're trying to get yourself order in where you think you want to go. Someone else wants to go that same place. This is qualifying. We go for lap time, not for position. Top 3, though, I believe that's Ashton Roon and P2. That could be a deadly 3-pack as they make their way into the final couple of corners. There's a trying to see if I can't remember helmets here off the top of my head and make their way across the line.
Alessandro Truccio was fourth in that group, and I think Palacio is third in line. So that could be, like you said, a very quick pack. But they were shuffling a little bit that lap. They're going to be shuffling a little bit more in the next lap as well. The first few drivers from group number 2 to move their way up the order. Let's see. First lap coming in for Antoine Lemieux puts him 15th. First lap for Jack Iliff, 9th. And Iliff, the quickest so far out of this pack. You're watching Carson Weinberg at the tail end on the CRG. He's trailing a few more. There's Asher Ockstein in the Tony kart for Supertune USA. And there is Jack Iliff in the Iron Rock Motorsports Parallel. Look at where he is on the racetrack. No driver right behind, no driver right ahead. But when we zoom back out and we'll pick him up here through this corner, he's got a pack and a couple to chase. If he can time this lap well, he could be in a very prime position for the pole in just a moment. So he's working lap number 2. He's on the outside edge of the draft. I mean, this could be a burner lap here, Caleb, what he's about to start. If this one he's on already isn't enough to go to the top of the boards.
Yeah, if he could form up that 3-pack, that could be something quick enough to hang with the first group across the line. Alessandro Truccio goes to P1 for the moment. Jack Iliff takes it right back. He goes to P number 1. Gage Bailey finds himself in P3. Carson Weinberg in that front group to P4. Tyler Roberts in P5. So that front group was very quick. Ashton Woon, who was running in P2 when they came across the line, finds himself in 17th. Kai Johnson in that group as well. P19th, Lucas Palacio running in P20. So they're all spread out, but it looks like that second group that Jack Iliff was in may be the fastest one here.
Well, again, the thing for that, which Jack Iliff, he didn't need a group. You don't necessarily need one. You just need someone to poke a hole in the air in front of you, and he got that. So he was able to suck up, and that'll be even more beneficial than pushing and working together, is starting a lap about 3 or 4 car lengths back and then ending the lap on the guy's rear bumper. He did that. Unfortunately, on this lap, he had to make a pass. Might have got held up a little bit, so he may not be as good on lap number 3, and I think he might have to pass on lap number 4 as well. If he can make it a smooth transition, he might still be able to benefit more from the draft than what he'll lose by making a pass on the driver in front of him. Here comes the next group behind with Carson Weinberg in the mix of it. Weinberg is 5th currently. He'll fall back a little further as Maxim Kerwin joins Alessandro Truccio to make it another parallel inside the top 5. You've got Gage Bailey and then Iron Rock Motorsports Bennick in 3rd, Ockstein 2nd. Iliff did go quicker, my mistake on lap number 3. I wasn't sure if he was going to be able to do it. He was nearly 0.3 better. What a great start here to the weekend for Jack Iliff.
Checkered flag is going to be out this time. Let's see if Iliff can keep it locked in or if he's going to get bumped back. That first group getting a little rowdy. You can see some heads bobbling as they go down the main straightaway. So they're at that point of where you can't go any faster because you're running the guy in front of you. You can make them go faster, maybe improve yourself just a little bit. But I think Iliff, when he pulled that burner of a second lap and then able to overcome it yet again, may find himself locked in the pole position. Handful of corners to go. Checker flag is going to be out. Point to Jack Iliff. Will it stick?
Let's see. First group coming now across the start-finish line. They are tucked up, looking better than where they've been in the last few laps. Final time. Checkers are out. Do any of them improve? A couple will. Tyrone Kemper Jr. moves up to second on the final lap. But Jack Iliff, again, even with making a pass on the lap, finds a way to go faster. And he's got 3/10 to boot on this entire Mini Swift division. Kemper Jr.'s PSL karting national debut looking really strong for Tyrone as he'll make up the other half of the front row. There you see Iliff. He caught up to this leading group by the end of the session. Got to the rear bumper of fellow Parolin driver Tyler Roberts, who at least was up front early but has fallen back outside the top 10 at the end. And they'll make their way to the scale house now. You can see Alessandro Truscio in there. He ended 5th with a good third lap, or a good second lap actually for Truscio at a 104 flat. But he was half a second back. Augustine 4th, Bailey 3rd. Let's take a look at the results here for your Mini Swift Classic. And Jack Iliff, what an impressive run in qualifying. And as we go down the order, some more names that could be contenders if they can work their way up. Max Weiland, so fast in final practice, 16th. We saw Edward Kennedy have that spin in group number 1. He was only able to get to 31st. He's had some good runs here this year in the micro class as he moves up to Mini this weekend. And then most of your big names, it appears, are going to be in our first 7 rows. Lucas Palacio, 14th. Ashton Moon, 13th. Weinberg, 8th. Nico Sarfati rounds the top 10. Tristan Murphy could be a driver to watch coming through the pack down in 22nd. Ty Fisher has had some speed inside the top 10 this year. He rolls off down in 18th. But 37 drivers for Mini Swift now gridded and set to grow. And when we come back, it's the headline division, 1 of 2 for the Superkarts USA Pro Tour. It's also the biggest paying pro class here this weekend. A $14,000 purse between 2 days of action and an overall $6,000 bonus included, courtesy of Aspen Fuels USA. Pro Shifter at 25 drivers, one of the biggest Pro Tour fields, one of the most stacked Pro Tour Pro Shifter fields in a couple of seasons, takes to the racetrack next here in Salt Lake City.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
First lap's just getting underway for Pro Shifter Qualifying and it's a PSL 123 as released from the grid after final practice yesterday. Marian Kremers top of the boards, but Jake French went a little bit quicker in morning warm-up this morning. His teammate was second. Billy Musgrave jumps to third on the first lap as Hunter Pickett was P3 yesterday. He falls to fifth at the end of the opening circuit. Do they go any quicker on laps 2 or 3? I don't think you'll see many take more laps around than 3. You'll probably see a lot pull in with 1 or 2 laps to go to save the tires. But a closely knitted group up front. Not a lot of traffic, just enough with rabbits to chase. As you see Jake French, former National Pro Tour champion, exiting the hairpins, this time by Marian Kremers, looking to extend that championship lead. He'd pick up a massive payday here at the end of this weekend if he could sweep again, and it would put him in a very good spot heading to Newcastle Motorsports Park for the championship finale. 2 minutes to go. Kremers, lap 2, 200ths better than French. 400th back to reigning Pro Tour champion AJ Myers.
You want to talk about a stacked field. Kremers has a lot of experience with gearboxes over in Europe. French, one of the well-known drivers here in the U.S. We already have O'Neill pulling off the track in front of us. And A.J. Myers, who swept the past couple of seasons, finds himself in P3.
Look at that again. Kyle Wick, we saw this right before we came back from commercial break. He broke on the outlap. The GFC Karting Track Magic driver, your 2019 SuperKarts USA Pro Tour National Champion, sidelined in qualifying. He'll have to go all the way to the tail end of the field. And look at that here on the racetrack. You can see them already slowing down. You are going to watch probably most of these drivers come into the scale line, I believe, this time. Kremers has backed it off. Pickett has backed off as well. I think they're all going to come in here this time. Myers is slowed. So 2 laps, and that might be it for most of them. Here they come, a bunch into the scales this time. Still going across the lines, Anna Greenemeyer and I believe David Greco. They're digging for a little more, but I don't know if they'll find it. No, Greco is in. That's a different Borel driver that has remained on the racetrack here behind Hannah Greenemeyer. A.J. Myers into the scale line. More coming off. Jacob Gulick has pulled in as well. So quite a few off here in the scales. And again, if we switch back over to find who has remained on the racetrack, Calvin Ming just went by our camera. He has already slowed in the Magic Kart. 2 laps, and that's it. Marian Kremers picks up where he's left off. It's a pole position for the for the Netherlands.
A couple of drivers trying to say they can't do some standing starts. The 250 machine of Charlotte Ching having a little bit of trouble there. Almost sounds like the clutch wasn't fully disengaging when he was trying to do a standing start. Hopefully get that figured out. But Marian Kremers, after a quick qualifying run, finds himself in P1. So a little bit of a dramatic shakeup there. I believe all the faster guys were comfortable with where they're going to be. But we may have a interesting pre-race here, Xander.
Yeah, we will. We'll see if we can get a word with a couple of our top drivers. And Kyle Wick, unfortunately, going to have to ride the cruiser on into the scale line. You can see as they're making their way on through, Marian Kremers, he's elated about it. Feels pretty good about that one, a 55.369. So let's see how they're going to line up for the pre-final later today. Marian Kremers and Jake French put a PSL karting lockout on the front row. 200ths between the pair. Then A.J. Myers and Billy Musgrave it's a tie actually for 4th right now on the time monitor. Billy Musgrave and Hunter Pickett equaling each other at a 55.493. One monitor shows us Pickett in 4th, the other one Musgrave in 4th, but they're dead tied. We'll see where they line up. Musgrave unofficially could be 5th, the same for Pickett. Then Connor Wick, Kyle Wick's younger brother, with a great qualifying run, one of his best on the Pro Tour, qualifies 6th in his his first start of the season. Davide Greco 7th. Hannah Greenemeyer, your 2021 X30 Pro Division champion, qualifies 8th. Josh Campbell qualifies 9th. And Jacob Gulick rounds the top 10. Charlotte Chung 11th. And then there you see the back half of the field. Parker DeLong, one of the rookies, moving up from X30 Junior straight into the Pro Shifter category here this weekend. And again, Kyle Wick will start tail end Charlie for one of the bigger Pro Shifter fields on the season. And as he tries to make up some lost ground from what was an up and down NOLA Motorsports Park stop for him, unfortunately, it'll be an uphill battle to start round number 3 of the Pro Tour for the Track Magic pilot. Kyle Wick was one of the quickest drivers throughout practice yesterday. Topped the boards in practice number 4, was inside the top 10 in practice number 5 for happy hour, but that Track Magic number 209 will be coming from a little bit further back. We're going to see if we can get a word with some of our top pro shifter drivers in a moment here, but the good part we've talked about, Caleb, is that at least this racetrack, it does have a lot of room to pass, even in the gearbox categories.
Yeah, but one thing you got to look out for is if you're both Kremers or French, that make sure that one of the guys who are faster doesn't run away from you. If you get out of that drafting range, especially in shifters, because you have to be so consistent, you could see him walk away. I have a feeling, though, you got two teammates out in front. They're probably going to be working together, relatively so, to try to pull away from the field. We also have Myers right there in P3 who knows how to close back up to the leaders.
Well, that's the thing. I'm not sure how much the draft will factor in here this weekend. The draft will be massive for everybody, for sure. There's no doubt the draft will make a little bit of a difference in the shifter drivers to help them get closer. But the bigger thing, more important than that, for them will be the tire degradation. We talked about it here. This track eats up tires. You have some high-speed corners through the entire racetrack, and you get into the banking, it leans on the sidewall, it works that tire in the higher speeds, and with all that combined together, again, that's going to be the name of the game. That's why you saw nearly the entire top 10 pull into the scale line with just 2 laps complete, only running half of the session. Well, we know the guy that's at least started his season well. He seems to be a master at tire conservation. Let's get his thoughts. Kendall Hedge is caught up with our pole board winner, Marian Kremers. Kendall?
So it looks like the PSL team has it figured out for this weekend. You put it on pole. How are you feeling going into it?
Very confident. The team's on fire. We've got first and second, and then Hunter's in P4, so we're all very close. AJ is very close as well. He's fast, so it's going to be interesting in the races for sure. But yeah, I'm confident I can probably drive away because I did qualifying by myself out in front. So I think I've got something left. Yeah.
So you got a lot on the line this weekend. Got a lot of cash out for grabs. So I mean, you want it, but how are you going to keep it so you don't, like, throw it away?
I mean, I'm just going to do my best. I'm not going to worry too much about the cash that's on the line because that's just the distraction, really. It's a bonus if you win it. It's nice, but I will survive even without it. So, yeah, it's a bonus. I'm just not going to think about it and worry about it too much.
Right, and you heard Xander talk about how this track eats up tires. Did you go through anything through the practice days to, like, practice saving them, or are you just kind of going to go for it?
I'm just going to go for it, especially the first lap, so I want to get a nice comfortable gap and then conserve from there. Basically what I did in Ola, not worry too much about what's going on behind me, and just try to get it to a comfortable lead, and then I can conserve the tires from there.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kendall, here, and a big congratulations, of course, to Marian Kremers for another pole award here. He has gone 3 for 3 to start his SKUSA Pro Tour in the Pro Shifter class. He has been absolutely perfect. Now, again, he's running double duty. We'll see him later on this afternoon as the X30 Pro class comes onto the racetrack, and that's a division where he has been working on trying to get a little bit closer, but going back and forth from 2 completely different driving styles, no doubt a major challenge here on the Pro Tour at this level when you have drivers on both ends of his spectrum that are competing solely on that class versus going back and forth. I mean, you're going kind of almost left brain, right brain from a shifter mindset of how you attack the corner. You're going a little bit narrower, a little bit harder, and you enter maybe even a little bit more narrow, and then you go to the single-speed clutch classes like the X30 Pro division, still with a lot of horsepower, but a lot more momentum-based.
And racecraft is also completely different. In a shifter, it's a little bit harder to pass. Got to know when to dive bomb. You have front brakes you can use to your advantage. When it goes for the X30, obviously pack racing is a little bit more common than we find in the shifters as well.
Definitely here. While we get set for our next group to go, the X30 Juniors, the 125cc division for 11 to 15-year-olds. You can see them beginning to make their way through to the grid while the pro shifters make their way through the scales and into post-race and post-qualifying tech inspection. We'll come right back with your X30 Junior Qualifying after this.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SKUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at MikeDotyRacing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
Welcome back here live from Utah Motorsports Campus. The engines have come to life in a beautiful picturesque view as the Rocky Mountains are there off in the distance right behind your Avinco and Superkarts USA inflatables. It's a beautiful day for racing here in Salt Lake City, Utah, and we are getting set to get underway with the X30 Junior division here. This one a little bit lighter in the total turnout, but the main contenders are all here this weekend. Max Garcia, Caleb Gaffera, Frederick Lemieux, Brandon Carr was super quick throughout most of the weekend, was not good in final practice. Ernesto Rivera, Max Taylor, Stephen Miller, Jensen Burnett starting to make some waves in the junior class. Aiden Ingrata, of course, so fast everywhere we go. For the RPG X30 Juniors, the command has been given. There we go onto the circuit, and the full 20-plus driver grid is released. And here we go, Caleb, and all of them going out together all at once.
Yeah, I don't think there's any takers to go out by themselves, although that is the front pack making their way through. Everyone's going out single file for the moment. See if a couple of guys may break out like we saw in the micro and the minis. Everyone goes out in the main group, finds a person to run with, and then follows their way back through the field. Beautiful shot there. Mountains out in the background. He could have asked for a better day of racing. Drivers making their way single file or attempting to go single file. There's the first group making the way through. A little bit of separation between the top packs as they make their way through the middle parts of the track, coming up into the bus stop right now. Again, lap number 1 is when we can see who's running in which pack and who is going to be quickest out of the hairpin. Everyone's going to try to see if they can't settle down. There's a 1-2-3 breakaway. I believe Ingrata is making his way up in that mid-pack. I'm trying to keep an eye on him as that rest of the field makes their way through. Making their way out of the final corner. Lap number 1 about to be in. Let's see who's going to try to settle in here as we already have a breakaway. First kart across the line. It's going to be a Rollison Performance group. Refresh the timesheet real quick. And that was, not mistaken, Berkman finds himself out in P1. Let me refresh this real quick. Rest of the field making their way through. So a little bit of separation there in the top parts.
Yeah, so it'll update here in a moment of who we've got on the racetrack here. But Cameron Brinkman was one of the first ones out. Caleb Gaffera leads the pack. He's got a couple of his teammates behind with Max Taylor and Ernesto Rivera. And then it's a little bit of a bigger gap back to Max Garcia's pack that has Aiden Ingrata in line and a few more. Here they come on out. So there is Taylor and Rivera. Taylor going by, Ernesto Rivera there. Caleb Gaffera just a little ways up the road. And then there's that 6-car pack behind them with Max Garcia and company for 22 total drivers in the RPG X30 Junior class here this weekend. Out of the final corner, down the start-finish line, 3 minutes to go. Gaffera will set the pace as he crosses the line first at a 1:17. Taylor a little faster at a 59.98. Brandon Carr to second. G3 Argyros looked really, really good in last weekend's test weekend here at Utah Motorsports Campus. He can be one to watch. Problems for Michael Costello off screen. He has pulled in to the scale line, but the rest of the field is still on and green. And there's your RPG 1, 2, 3 first out on the racetrack pack. Max Taylor currently your quickest driver by half a tenth over Brennick's Brandon Carr.
I think Grafera is going to be a good test subject here to see if the X30 is going to be able to qualify well by themselves. Again, he is leading that 3-pack of the Cosmic RPGs as they make their way around. Grafera out in front, second and third. Taylor and Carr. Then we have that big 6-pack, although there's starting to be a little bit of separation between that 6-pack. So let's see if, I believe that's Max Taylor, may be able to work to his advantage, making the way across the line this time. Lap number 2 in the books. Just over 3 minutes have been completed. Ernesto Rivera goes to P1. Then it's going to go Ingrata. Carr now takes it right back. He is going to go purple to P1. Shipman finds himself now in P3. Jensen Burnett finds himself inside the top 5 in P number 4. Stephen Miller just outside in the 6th spot. So right now the only car that's running by themselves is Grafera, and he currently finds himself all the way down in the 11th position. So I don't think running out in front is going to be the way to do it here with the X30s. Although there's still more time to come, he could be trying to save his tires. We were talking about tire degradation is something you have to look out for. You got to be able to save them here in qualifying, so you have something to use up when it comes time for the pre-final. A little over halfway completed now. Grafera still out in front. Let's see if he's able to improve. He was 11th last time. No help from in front or behind. He's trying to do it by himself as Braden Carr continues to stay out in front, running a 59.3.
Yeah, good stuff from the United Kingdom's Brandon Carr, as across the line Max Taylor could be in a good spot for this lap. It is 59.302 for Taylor, a 307 for Ernesto Rivera. Caleb Grafera is going to run out of time to go back and get some draft. At the moment he is 9th at a 59.4. It is only 2/10 for the top 10. Here's them through turn number 2. Behind them, the next group has Ingrata at the helm. He is 4th. Brandon Carr currently still 3rd. Grafera leads that pack on through the bus stop. Brandon Carr again trying to find a little bit more pace. He's only 300ths off the pole, 20, just about 2.5 hundredths off of Ernesto Rivera. Rivera was 5,000ths off of Taylor. Taylor's going to be in a great spot for a lap this time. Here's Ingrata's group though, through the final corners. Brandon Carr, I think, could be in a good spot just like Max Taylor. So it'll be Carr versus Taylor with where they're positioned to get the slipstream off the driver in front. Grafera leads them out of the last turn. Here comes Brandon Carr across the line. Checkered flag in the air. Taylor, a 59.25. Brandon Carr at a 59.19. And to the pole for the Bennett Kart driver. Brandon Carr by 0.07 of a second nips Max Taylor and Ernesto Rivera. Just about 1/100th off of Taylor there at the end. Aiden Ingrata towing Brandon Carr around. Still puts his CRG for Speed Concepts Racing into 4th. And the Englishman, Brandon Carr, on the final lap, turns it up as Grafera ends up 5th. At the end, they're leading that pack for the entire session. So Grafera and Ingrata, quick enough, and could be 2 of the quickest here this weekend, considering they had 0 tow on all of their laps, including their fastest ones were still only a 1/10 to a 10.5 back from guys like Brandon Carr and Max Taylor and Ernesto Rivera, who got the benefit of the slipstream here on a 9/10 of a mile circuit at Utah Motorsports campus. Again, that slipstream huge for the X30 juniors and classes below. Let's go through the rest of the 22 driver RPG X30 Junior grid here and your results as they come. So for X30 Junior, again, Brandon Carr, Max Taylor, Rivera, Ingrata, Grafera. Then Jesus Vasquez Jr. qualifies in 6th. Cameron Brinkman in 7th. Stephen Miller 8th. We look down the order. We see Michael Costello. He'll have to start at the tail end of the field. Charlie Smith also a little further back. Teddy Musella. I mean, it's a strong field, even with it being a little bit lighter in total numbers. There's not a lot of slouches in this one at all. G3R Gyros, we talked about him, was quick last weekend, 15th. Max Garcia led for a lot of his group in the session, 12th in the end of the final standings. Cooper Shipman rounding the top 10 just alongside Jensen Burnett as they line up behind Brinkman and Jesus Vasquez Jr. For X30 Junior, presented by Rollison Performance Group, they're done and dusted. More qualifying still yet to roll. We've got X30 Master and Master Shifter to come. We'll also, during that session, get us hopefully some interviews with some of our X30 pros before they take to the racetrack here to close out qualifying. In Salt Lake City, Utah, the Superkarts USA Pro Tour is getting set for more action. Live on Kart Chaser. We'll be right back.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
So welcome back here live from Utah Motorsports Campus. Kendall Hedges caught up with our top qualifier, Brandon Carr, who was able to position himself perfectly on that final lap and jump up on the final circuit around to the top of the boards. Kendall?
So Brandon, you set yourself up pretty well going into this weekend. How are you feeling so far?
Yeah, it's been good. Yesterday was a bit of a struggle at the end of the day, but we got it sorted and should be good for the finals and the heats.
Yeah. So the top 10 in this class is really close together throughout qualifying. How do you think the races are going to go today?
Yeah, it's going to be tight because it's only separated by a couple of hundredths, but should be good. It'll be a good race.
All right. Well, thank you and good luck today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All good.
Thank you. Yep.
So big thanks to Brandon Carr for speaking with us here as he gets set to lead the X30 Juniors to the green. You can see around the racetrack here, everyone trying to find places to watch. It's a picturesque view here at Utah Motorsports Campus, a beautiful facility in Salt Lake City, Utah. And we are live for rounds 3 and 4 of the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour. X30 Master and Master Shifter getting set to go green for qualifying. The X30 Pros will be next up in our final class to qualify before we go green with our pre-final action, beginning with the Micro Swifts at the first session of the day. Then it'll be KA Junior, KA Senior, Mini, then your Pro Shifters with the $14,000 purse, and a huge thanks to Aspen Fuels USA. And then following them, we'll go to where we're at now, X30 Junior, then back around to the top of the order, or the back end of the order with the Master Shifter and the X30 Masters, and then your X30 Pro Seniors. So we'll see if we can talk to a few of the X30 Pro Seniors when they get set for qualifying here in just a moment. But the X30 Masters, the Master Shifters, a little bit awkward. They'll both run together here in this group, and then the X30 Pros will run together. The number's just a little bit lighter for the Master drivers. It's a long way out here to Utah, and of course, the diesel prices are definitely a little bit up across the country, Caleb.
Yeah, definitely a little bit more cost effective to kind of stay local. Right now we have 5 in total that are about to go out for Master Shifter and X30 or X30. Fish, who I know personally was his personal mechanic last year for the season of 2021 for the SKUSA Pro Tour. Mario Barrios is going to be running X30 Master along with Mike Rollison. Ken Schellings is going to be running in Master Shifter as well, along with Michael Gausch fighting in P number 3 so far in practice.
Yeah, so I don't know if we'll see Rollison out on the racetrack here in X30 Master. Might be Barrios just running for some points. Maybe Raleigh will join him. He's a busy man. The RPG team has a driver in every single division here this weekend, which is wild considering how many drivers they had. We talked with a few of them. We'll get some more of the interviews as we talked with a number of drivers throughout the day on Thursday as well here this week. But there you see some of the first X30 pros making their way up to the grid here live from Utah Motorsports campus. So we'll go quiet on the mic, play a little music for you, and when we come back on the air, at least on the audio side, it'll be time when the engines are fired and we get set for more action. And Master Shifter getting set to go green here while they're on the racetrack. Kendall Hedges caught up with Team Bennick's senior superstar. We just saw that his teammate Brandon Carr go to the pole in X30 Junior. Sets the bar pretty high for Mr. Dalton Haynes. Kendall?
For him today, but you had some mechanical issues yesterday. What happened yesterday?
Yeah, so the engine faded off yesterday because it got so hot. It got really hot outside yesterday. It looks like it's going to be even more hot today, but we switched engines, so hopefully we'll go a little bit quicker. Like you said, we were P11 in warm-up. So I'm looking to go about top 10 this qualifying session. I am in the slow group, so I'm going to have to look to push really hard just in case the seniors in the next group will see my times and hopefully not get ahead of me. So, yeah, they'll have a better track the next session, but I'm just going to push as best I can and see where I can go from there.
Yeah, you seem very confident going in today in general. How do you think the races are going to go? Because everybody is pretty close in times today.
Yeah, well, X30 Senior is always the same in the races. You just have to get into the top 5, and then you're basically just chilling, sitting out there, just trying not to overheat your tires. But if you're in the top 10, you're going to need to look to go into the top 5, because when you're not in the top 5, they always break away, and you just can't sit and warm up your tires. You can't sit and keep your tires cool. And I just don't want to be in that top 15 area. So I'm looking to go top 5, top 10 in qualifying.
All right. Well, you heard it here. He's ready to push ahead and go far. So good luck today, Dalton.
Thank you.
Big thanks to Dalton Haynes for speaking with us here as we get the X30 pros set and ready to go green for qualifying. Robert Fiege topping it in Shifter Master over Mike Gausch at the moment. Ken Schilling down in third. It looks like Mike Rollison indeed is turning some laps here on the racetrack. He and Mario Barrios going to play around a little bit here this weekend and have some fun in the X30 Master division. As Hardin Motorsports Group, your presenting sponsor for your Master Shifter, or your X30 Master, I believe. Master Shifter, I can't remember if I might be presented by PSO Karting if I'm not mistaken, but we'll get that list fully set. I know for X30 Master presented by Hardin Motorsports Group. We'll go ahead and call him for Master Shifter as well. 2 minutes to go in qualifying for the group while the X30 Pros begin to fill up the grid here, Caleb.
Yeah, Robert Fee's doing a great job. He's in the trailing right now of Michael Giles running in P number 2. Fees ran at 57.478. Last lap for Michael was 57.766. So these two running fairly close lap times right now. Although it looks like Robert fell off just a little bit. I wonder if he's going to try to save his tires and come back in. Ken Schellings is the third for Masters, running a 58.930. Mario Barrios went right back to being the quickest out for X30 Master. Finds himself at a 59.831. And Mike Rollison making his debut run here in 2022. Finds himself on track at 100.929. Again, this is your X30 Master Shifter and your Master Shifter along with X30 Master. Next up, we have the second of the two highlight classes will be your X30 Senior. Probably split into two fields, I believe. I could be wrong on that. We may just run one. So 2 laps have been completed, 3 this time by. Michael Golish is not able to improve his time. Stays at 57.6. Robert Fee is just not coming on to the pits off screen, trying his practice start. Makes his way to the scale line. So right now there's only 4 carts. Now make that 2 because in comes Ken Schellings, who's going to stay locked in for P number 3 for your Master Shifter. Now comes in Mario Barrios in the 5.25. Makes his way to the scale line, so that means only Mike Rollison is left on track.
Actually, I believe we've got one of the Master Shifters. Yeah, Rollison just came in. Barrios still out there. One more of our shifters is out there still. I believe the shifter out there is Mike Gausch, so he'll probably come in this time as the checkered flag would be waving. It'll give us quite a few minutes here. If you're just joining us now, you missed out on one of the coolest montages we have yet to ever put together for our broadcast footage. In highlights, of course, the Top Gun coming out, the sequel just a few weeks ago. Well, we decided we got a little bit inspired, and so did the drivers as well. So if you haven't already watched it, check out our broadcast intro while we get set for X30 Pro qualifying.
I feel the need for speed. Ow!
So the track finally cold for your X30 Masters and Master Shifters. X30 Pro making their way up and onto the grid. We'll take one more commercial break. When we come back, one of the final of the 2 headline classes, the final class left to qualify. We'll be getting ready to go here in just a moment, but it looks like actually we should be able to have one more word, my mistake, before we go to commercial, as Zachary Clayman to Mello will be getting caught up here with Kendall Hedge before qualifying gets started for the X30 Pros. So we'll send it here to ZCD in just a second. Let's go ahead and we'll send it down. Kendall?
So you made the switch to Paralyn this weekend. What was the decision behind that?
Obviously they've been performing at a really high level recently with Ale, so I knew they had a good program there, and I worked with them a few races before, so the deal just happened to come together last minute, and obviously it's worked out well so far. Yeah,
you were just joking that you wanted Ale in this interview and to have your coach with you. How has Ale been as a coach?
He's been a lot of fun. We're laughing a lot. I'm just having a blast here, so he's actually helped me more than I thought he'd be able to.
Yeah, so going into qualifying, how are you feeling?
I mean, it's so close out there, so who knows what's going to happen. I mean, I could sneeze on the straight, and that could be the difference between 16th and 3rd, so just trying to put a perfect lap together and see where it puts me.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So a big thanks to ZCD for taking a moment to talk with us as he gets set for qualifying from a sunny and hot Utah Motorsports campus in Salt Lake City, Utah. The SuperCarts USA Pro Tour has all but gotten the grid set for round number 3 of action, and pre-finals yet to come. Qualifying for X30 Pro is up next.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
They still won't gap them out, though, even you're still running them.
Well, the engines have fired here in the first of two groups for X30 Pro qualifying, released onto the racetrack. So indeed divided in two, and here we are. We'll see a few drivers already kind of finding a little bit of a different gap on the racetrack. It looks like we've got some big names in this one here. Marian Kremers, Dante Yu, Paulie Massimino. I mean, a lot of guys that were kind of slow at the end of yesterday in final practice that are all going to see if they want to wait, maybe find each other or find someone else to follow here in this qualifying session. Meanwhile, on the other end, you got a few guys that are ready to get after it that have pulled ahead and are nearly a quarter of the racetrack down the road from these two. And Yu and Massimino, they seem to be happy with where they're lined up on the circuit for now to start their laps. And here we go, Caleb. Look at that. More games. Hey, check it out. We got more gamesmanship in the back. There's 3 or 4 guys to an absolute crawl. Christian Brooks. I mean, they're stopping. John Burke, Alex Snow is, Ryan Vincent, and I believe Adam Ali.
Yeah, again, we're talking about over-engineering your qualifying run. That may be a good idea, trying to get some separation. Although I think someone has a problem towards the front of the field.
Oh, no. Yep. There's your gamesmanship right there. Oh, yeah, I think I got a problem with the motor. Go on by me. Oh, nope, I got it. I'm good now. Don't worry.
Swing with the right, hit with the left as they make their way out of the final corner. So they're spread out all over the track. We saw Caleb Gaffera try to do the pull away at the front technique. Seemed to not work for him as they're still coming to a crawl across the line that back half.
Yeah, I think they've all it's almost like a game of who's going to blink first. How much of the session do you want to burn trying to wait behind a guy? And then John Burke decided he was going to go in front of him. Meanwhile, here's this group headed down the backstretch into the back hairpin. That is one of the RPG Cosmic drivers going around Dalton Haynes in the Team Benek EOS kart. He drops in line behind Dante Yu. Looks like that was Laurent Legault that went by him going into the corner, and he'll let you by as well, so he'll be in a decent spot here. End of the first lap, Kyriakos Soukas, Marian Kremers, Timothy Carroll putting their first laps on in. Massimino will go to the top initially at a 58.34. There's Jacob Hoover in the Nash Motorsports EOS kart rounding the bowl, running by his lonesome. He is the first driver released on the circuit. Currently Hoover in the 6th spot of the 9 that have put laps in, as it was such a slow lap to start for John Burke and Christian Brooks and their group. They're just now coming across the line to jump in as we see Massimino work his way through the bus stop chicane.
And they were still kind of going, not full throttle. They made down that start-finish straight the last time by. So look for that second group of Adam Ali, John Burke, Christian Brooks, Ryan Vincent, Dalton Haynes. Maybe go a little bit faster this time now that they have a flying lap underneath them. But because of all that, who's going to go win? They burned one lap of possibly going even quicker towards the end, or they may have just saved their tires one more lap. Who knows? There's a lot of strategy that comes into play when it comes to qualifying and tire degradation. Now across the line, Timothy Carl not able to improve. Marian Kremers goes to P5. Pauly Massimino improves his time at the front.
Yeah, Massimino goes a little quicker. Kyriakos Soukas and Dalton Haynes do as well. They're all pretty closely packed up front. Dante Yu's only a 10th off. He's in 4th. Here's this group that was waiting earlier on. John Burke leading Ollie, Brooks, and Vincent out of the final corner down the front stretch. This is going to be their first lap at speed. And across the line, where do they all slot into line? Well, not too good except for one man, Christian Brooks. And the Speed Concepts Racing, Speed Lab Engines, and Nash Motorsports combo for CRG to the top at a 58.106 for the 354.
Ryan Vincent also able to move up. He goes to P6. But right now, that risk at the front not paying off just yet. Again, could be part of their strategy. A whole different set of games playing for everyone. Dante Yu making his way across the line yet again. He is not able to improve. Jacob Hoover does the same. So there's still more
Massimino
time
to the
go.
scale line there just on the picture. So Pauly Massimino has pulled it. He's going to wait. Did not feel good enough on lap 3. 2 laps is all he's going to take out of 58.18. Then we go ahead of him now. Dalton Haynes did go quicker that time as he runs behind Dante Yu. Yu going to let him by. He'll drop in line, but I don't know if Dante's going to get another lap or if he is done. He looks like he's cooling the tires off. Dalton Haynes going for one more. Laurent Legault as well. Here comes Brooks to the bumper of John Burke. Not going to go quicker because he was making passes that lap. So Christian Brooks in traffic could be on the verge of really not getting much out of this qualifying session besides the one good lap that he did get as he leads the pack into the bowl. And there is your Nash Motorsports CRG driver. Again, he has his last SKUSA Pro Tour win came on a CRG chassis a couple of years ago at NOLA Motorsports Park. And now with how good that brand has been running this year, we talked to him earlier this week. He is in great spirits, really likes how that package feels. We see a bunch of drivers coming in. Dante Yu to the scale line, and I have a feeling we'll see this group go into the scales this time as well. They might go for more, but I don't think so. Christian Brooks at a 58.106 exits the corner. They're all single file, looking like they're close to full speed. Do they come in this time? Who ducks out? They're all going to come across the line for one more. Is it going to be an improvement for anyone in this pack as the checkered flag flies? It's not. Nobody goes quicker. Christian Brooks at a 58.106. Quickest in Group 1. Dalton Haynes second. Massimino third. Soukas fourth. Dante Yu fifth. In the pack, Kremers is sixth. Vincent, Timothy Carroll, Jacob Hoover, and Adam Ali, your top 10 in this group. John Burke was not able to put himself where he wanted to, and it'll be a rough place to start from, as right now he is 12th out of the 14 that have turned laps in this first group out of the 29 X30 pros, and he's still got 15 more to come. So not the best way to start qualifying for John Burke, but at least Christian Brooks, he's happy, played the game as good as he could, got one good lap, and his second lap puts him on top in group number 1. So nothing else really sticks out too much here. Again, Brooks, Dalton Haynes, Pauly Massimino, Kyriakos Soukas. I mean, with how close they are, they'll either all stick near the top or they're all going to drop way down the order when we get to the back half of the field. That is in Group 1. You'll see there Ryan Norberg, of course, was quick at the end of the day yesterday, and Blake Nash, Cole Kleck, a couple rookies, have been super fast this week. Nash quickest in warm-up, Kleck quickest in final practice. I mean, the young guns and West Coasters are looking strong here in Utah, Caleb.
Yeah, they definitely pulled out a good show. I'm still kind of debacled about how they tried to do that whole split at the front. Now we're going to see, like you said, can it stick? Some heavy hitters in the second group. Jeremy Fletcher, who has had a good season so far in his rookie year running X30 Senior. Paul Bocuse, also someone who's had a little bit of a good run this year so far. Nate Cicero, Frankie Mossman, Clayman DeMello, who we already had a conversation with before, all out in this field. Let's see how the mind games are going to play. Who is smarter than the fifth graders? They all try to make their way out on track. It looks like everyone's going to stay relatively close to each other. No one's going to try to back it off just yet. There's still more time to come. Out of the hairpin, everyone is going to stay relatively close to each other. A couple of groups decided to break off. No one is going full throttle, so they're now trying to decide who is going to lead each pack. Again, there's no communication besides a couple of hand signals, maybe a little bit of a head nod. Out of the final corner.
A couple guys going full throttle here. Out of the last turn, the CRGs are working together nicely. Cameron Weinberg, Cole Kleck, they're going to go right after it while the tires are hot and go for the first lap, probably put 2, maybe 3. So 2 rookies, Cameron Weinberg and Cole Kleck, headed through turn number 3, working together. Then there's a little pack behind them, and then like you said, there was a lot more head nodding and hand signals going on in the midfield, but we'll keep the camera on these two because I have a feeling they're going to go right to the top with how fast they both have been, and that package has been here this weekend. Behind them, the next group is led by Frankie Mossman, I believe, on the Bennick, and he's got about 4 more in tow there. We've seen Jeremy Fletcher in that group. Ryan Norberg is in that pack as well.
I believe that's Paul Bocuse, a couple back from there as well.
And more. So here they come out of the final turn, down the start-finish line straight. Where do they stack up? At the end of lap number 1, Cameron Weinberg, first one to hit the line. He will jump to 9th. Cole Kleck to 6th. Norberg to the pole, initially at a 58 flat. Jeremy Fletcher jumps up as well. They move Brooks down to 3rd at the end of the first lap. Jason Leung looks good as well, but Ryan Norberg in a great spot as we see Cole Kleck pulling up to the bumper of Cameron Weinberg. This could be a great lap for Cole Kleck here. Lap number 2 might be the money lap if Cameron Weinberg keeps that pace up, punching the hole in the air for him. Here's Norberg to the bus stop, right behind Frankie Mossman as they exit.
Again, the thing you need of the good draft is someone in front of you who knows what they're doing. You got to know when to be able to pull off and let them go by, or when you need to stretch it out just a little bit more. As we said, Cole Kleck may have a good run, but he's right now on the back bumper. He may get boggled down a little bit, but Ryan Norberg running in that 3rd spot, or 4th spot, I should say, also may have the same situation. Right behind him, Jeremy Fletcher's had a good tow this entire time. Last time he came by, he was in P number 2. Let's see if he can improve this time by.
Here they come down the start-finish line straight. 2 laps complete. Norberg gets beat by his teammate Paul Bocuse. 57.65 for Paul Bocuse as Norberg goes by Frankie Mossman in turn 1. Right behind Mossman is Jeremy Fletcher and the 371 of Paul Bocuse, another rookie. He talked this weekend how much he felt like he was getting snubbed on the KC Fantasy League picks. It always would go to the likes of Fletcher and Weinberg, and he's like, man, I've been putting up numbers. I've been putting up results. Why don't the people think I can get it done? Well, here he is, proving he can do that. 2 laps complete. Bocuse over Norberg. Then Hayden Jones to make it an RPG. 1, 2, 3, and make it 4 as Nate Cicero is into 4th. Fletcher is 5th. Pedro Hiltbrand, the former world champion in the KF category, finds himself 6th aboard the PSL Karting Burrell Art. Then Frankie Mossman 7th. Zachary Clayman DeMello, talked to him before qualifying, 8th. Leung 9th. DaCosta 10th, and Bocuse is in.
Norberg not able to improve. He is going to have to stay in P number 2 along with Jones. I think most of the guys are split here between pulling off and staying out. I think we may have hit that plateau of when times can get quicker. We still have 1 more lap left. Let's see if anyone's going to try to stay out and make a heater this time by. Jeremy Fletcher finds himself in P5. Christian Brooks, who was the pole sitter, right now finds himself in the 15th spot. As you said before, of whether you thought they were going to either stay towards the front or fall back, it looks like everyone fell back and went out in that first pack.
Yeah, it looks like Cameron Weinberg, at least, he stayed about where he is. Norberg trying to get a good lap on lap 4. Final time if he can beat Paul Bocuse. Otherwise, it'll be a first career SKUSA Pro Tour pole award for the rookie Paul Bocuse in the 371. Headed through the chicane. Final time around, I think we'll get the checkers this time by. Here we go. Across the line. Last time, Norberg's in. Not going to go quicker. He's done. Mossman, Weinberg looking for more on lap 4. Everybody's going to come in, and nobody will go faster on the 4th lap. Paul Bocuse, for the first time in his X30 Pro career and the first time on the SKUSA Pro Tour, will lead the field to the green here in Utah. What an awesome performance for the 371. And what a great job for Rollison Performance Group. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Bocuse, Norberg, Hayden Jones, Nate Cicero, Jeremy Fletcher, best of the rest. Only a 10th and 3/4 back in 5th. Pedro Hiltbrand, he finishes 6th. Mouseman 7th. DeMello, Leung, and Julian DaCosta, another rookie, his debut in the X30 Pro class here, I believe, this week. On the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart qualifies in 10th. Your quickest drivers from earlier practices: Cole Kleck, fastest in happy hour, 11th. Blake Nash, fastest in warm-up, 12th, about 3.5 tenths back. Then it's Wes Duchek, Cameron Weinberg, Christian Brooks, quickest out of group number 1, ends up 15th. Dalton Haynes, 16th. Paulie Massimino, 17th. Kyriako Sukas, Dante Yu, Marian Kremer is going to be 21st to roll. John Burke, 27th. A lot of fast guys starting deep in this 29-driver X30 Pro field. But Paul Bocuse, man, what a job. What a performance here for the 371.
Yeah, it came out of nowhere. He was the, I'm going to say he's the underdog for the weekend because he's always been a major competitor, but somehow pulled out of the top hat, now finds himself out in front. And you know what that means? We're going to see Pit Vipers in some interviews later on there, Xander.
We definitely will. Kendall Hedge, I'm sure, is already on it trying to get a hold of Paul Bocuse here. While we go to commercial, we'll come back hopefully with a few drivers from X30 Pro qualifying and racing time here from Salt Lake City, Utah. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour, beginning next up with the Mike Rosliff Pre-Final. Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion Ryan Norberg winning Super Nationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
And welcome back. We're about to get underway here shortly with our pre-finals. But before then, our very own Kendall Hedge has our pole sitter from X30 Senior. Kendall?
I'm here with Paul. You just got your first career pole for SKUSA. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling pretty good. It was my first pole for SKUSA. Happy to out-qualify Ryan.
I mean, you usually go head-to-head with Ryan, and you finally did it, and you got another mark on your little whiteboard. So how do you feel going into the rest of this weekend?
I'm feeling pretty confident. You know, I know how this track races. I practiced here last weekend, did the practice race. It went all right, but hoping for a better result this weekend.
Yeah, so Xander has mentioned several times today about how this track takes away tires really quickly. Is that why you pulled in early for qualifying, to preserve those tires?
It is. My lap kind of got messed up, but yeah, I didn't want to do more than 2 laps.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kendall. About to get underway here shortly with our Micro Swift, sponsored by Team Bennick, is about to make their way around for their 10-lap pre-final. Your front row is going to be started from Julian Sanchez, starts next to Luke Giglio. Troy Ferguson is going to start in P number 3 next to Matthew Kagel. P number 5 is going to go to Paxton Dyson with Pashi Ali starting in P number 6. Nicholas Orbezo starts in P7 next to Jackson Porter. Mateus Romalo starts in P number 9 next to Rocco Simone, is rounding out your top 10. Making the way around the track right now, coming to the final couple of corners, is your leaders in this 21 kart field. About to get underway here shortly. Again, 10 laps is going to determine the starting feature for tonight's afternoon races. This is Micro Swift, race number 1 of the weekend here on this beautiful Saturday afternoon in Salt Lake City. Couldn't ask for a better day. Clear skies with a couple of clouds. It's a little hot out. Tire degradation is going to be high as we're about to get underway here shortly. Making the way down towards the start, finish straight. You can see the flagman trying to make sure that they're lined up 2 by 2. Down towards the line. Eyes on the starter. It is green as they make their way down into turn number 1. They're going to go 3-4 wide almost into turn number 1. They're going to try to see if they can't push it for 3 through turn 1. Everyone keeps it relatively clean. No one is off into the gravel just yet. Again, you're being able to tell if someone goes off track because there's going to be tire dust kicked up all over the place. I believe that was Julian Sanchez able to make it out in front. Right behind him, Luke Giglio is also up in the mix. Ferguson also seeing if he can't get his nose in the field as they go single file. Making their way to the inner parts of the track through the quick little bus stop. Now coming on to the hairpin. Again, we were talking about before, this is all single file till you get to this point right here. You make your way through the quick little chicane. Now down to one of the first major passing points for lap number 1. No one is going to take the inside line. Top 4. 5 now is going to stay clear. And it looks like Julian Sanchez is going to pull away ever so slightly, working about 3 or 4 kart lengths as the rest of the field stays single file. Through the final couple of corners here as you make your way through the double right-hander before we get to this long straightaway. Toe is going to be in effect a little bit more than others with these lower horsepower classes. Lap number 1 about to be in the books. Sorry, there is 8 laps in total. 7 more to go at the line. Julian leads the way over Luke Giglio running at P number 2. Ferguson in P3 as there's a pass to the inside line. It looks like a little bit of a freight train. That is going to be Julian Sanchez falling back a couple of spots to P number 3. Giglio goes to P1 with Ferguson now working in P number 2. Matthew Kagel running in P number 4 with Paxton Dyson in that 5th spot. So top 4 running nose to tail. Then there's a little bit of separation before he gets to 5th spot of Paxton Dyson. And the rest of the field still saying single file. So right now, no major moves were made. A couple of passes here and there, but nothing's going to separate the pack as they are still 4 deep coming down into the hairpin yet again. We're working 8 laps to go still, so not sure if that was a mess up on the timing or if they changed the distance for these kiddos making their way down the little parts of the track. Again, this is all single file. Who can get a better run out of the final couple of corners down this straightaway? One of the best passing opportunities is about to be upon us as they make their way down into turn number 1. Everyone going to stay single file. There's a shot of the field. There's the top 4 making their way down the backstretch. Nose to tail. Luke Giglio leads over Ferguson running in P number 2. Kagel in the 3rd spot. There's another pass. There's a 1-2-3 freight train, and that is going to push Luke Giglio back into the 4th, make that 5th spot. He tries to slide it back on the inside as they go 2 wide through that quick little double left-hander. Now they're making the way towards the back parts of the track, heading up towards the bus stop. Everyone's going to try to get themselves sorted out. Again, Ferguson out in front now. Matthew Kagel running in P number 2. Top 5, still nose to tail. And there's a little bit of separation from that front pack before he gets that second group. That is led by Mateus Romalo running in P number 6. Jackson Gibson behind him in 7th. Pashi Ali running in 8th, and Jackson Porter finds himself in 9th. Here's the single parts of the track, a little bit of side-by-side for the 7th or 8th spot. There's a good shot of the top 5, making the way down again. Look for another pass for the lead as they make their way into the final couple of corners. Down towards us straightaway, one of the best passing opportunities about to be upon us yet again. Currently 6 laps to go. It's going to be 5 to go at the line. Down towards turn number 1. Leading the way for the group is Troy Ferguson. Making the way down. It looks like there's going to be no freight train into turn 1. Everyone's going to stay nose to tail. Ferguson leads over Caggle running a P2. Sanchez still in that 3rd spot. Top 3 nose to tail, 4th spot. Giglio, who led here before, finds himself trying to hold on to that top 3. But right now, a little bit of separation. Ferguson opens up about a 2-car length advantage coming into the bus stop. I have a feeling that's probably going to go away just a little bit from him as they close up into the draft here. Caggle and Sanchez working the back bumpers to catch back up to your leader. But the 2-pack of Giglio and Dyson, they're up in the mix, but they're not close enough to make a move. That is Dyson down the inside. Paxton Dyson moves up into P number 4. Giglio falls back into the 5th spot. That passes will now allow the top 3 to start to pull away. 3rd spot of Sanchez, trying to get his nose on the inside of Caggle. Making the way into the final couple corners yet again. Coming down towards the main stretch into turn number 1. It is going to be 4 laps to go at the line as we're now in the closing parts of this race here, Xander.
4 laps to go here in Micro Swift. I missed the start here, Caleb, but obviously they've been packed up since pretty much the drop of the green. Not much different from what we expected as we watched them head through turns 1 and 2. With Ferguson still at the helm over the likes of Cagle, Sanchez, Dyson still could get there if they pass only once. I mean, he's only about 2-3 tenths back off of 3rd, and that's about how much time you lose in a pass typically. But 4 to go. I'd imagine at this point most of the kids get instructed, hey, keep working together, see if you can make that 3/10 gap bigger because they know they're going to pass on the final 2 laps. If they can use these 2 middle ones before that section to build that gap a little bigger, they might be able to get something going. Here they go to the back hairpin, and indeed, no passing out of that top 3. Actually, a little mistake from 2nd. It's going to put them side by side, and that's going to kind of hurt the plan a little bit. It's a good send for Paxton Dyson to get closer, 1 car length back as they head through the S's.
Dyson, I believe, is also going to bring Giglio with him, so that may be his pushing buddy when they come towards the start-finish straight to catch back up to the top 3. Beautiful shot there, top 5. You can see the separation, but right now Ferguson's got a nice little 4-car length advantage heading to turn 1. Let's see this toe come into effect here heading down into the first corner. P3 had a good opportunity to make a move. That was Sanchez, decides not to take it. Top 3 nose to tail, and here comes Paxton Dyson and up making it a 4-car tango for the lead.
Yeah, Luke Giglio still there in 5th, about a 4-car length gap back from the lead pack. It's the 2nd back from there. A little bumper from 3rd in Julian Sanchez to Matthew Cagle. He'll work his way back by him. Julian Sanchez gets clear. Cagle drops in line to 3rd in the core karting red speed. So it's the GFC. Actually, let me just confirm on that. I believe, no, that's the Santa Racing Team. Sorry, the Santa Racing Team number 48 of Matthew Cagle as they work their way to the back hairpin again. 2.5 laps to go. Troy Ferguson still leads. Julian Sanchez now the next one to challenge. Might want to pull the trigger this time when they see the double sticks across the line as they head through the hairpins.
Now they come into the back parts of the track again. This is all about setup when you go through here. You got to make sure you get a good run out of the final couple of corners. The last corner is kind of quick, a little bit of a left-hand corner. You don't really break a lot for it, so you got to make sure you nail it in the back parts. Coming down towards the stretch, there's the draft coming into effect. Anyone going to try to take it to the inside? They go to defend. No one's going to set up for a pass. Still top 4 nose to tail. Paxton Dyson, who was out of it 2 laps to go, finds himself in the catbird seat running a P number 4.
Yeah, no passing into 1 and 2 that time. Nothing through 3. Over to the bowl. This is keeping Luke Giglio at bay. He's back now 8 tenths away from this group with no dancing partner in sight from behind. So he needs a major, major battle on this final lap to make it a 5-car party. Otherwise, it'll come down to these 4. A lap and a half to go. Troy Ferguson on the Bennett, continuing to lead the way towards the back sector. Here they come to that last chicane, the little right-left sector into the hairpin. No passing here. This time Cagle gonna go back on Sanchez to the outside. He thinks better of it. And Paxton Dyson will get back to the bumper of him into the left.
They all go single file now. There's a good shot. You can see Giglio is right there in view. He's not close enough to make a move as we are now approaching the white flag, although you might see him be a contender here if someone tries to make a Hail Mary move into turn 1. They all go down to the inside line to defend. Who's going to try to hold there? Who's going to pop out? Your leader, Ferguson, has a nice little half-a-car advantage, but that's slowly going away. They catch up to his back bumper. Paxton Dyson on the inside. He goes for 1. Does he go for 2? Dyson moves up 1 more spot. He is going to find himself in P number 3.
Yeah, Paxton Dyson into 3rd. gets ahead of Matthew Cagle. He drops all the way to 4th. It looked like Ferguson was doing a nice job defending down the inside into turn number 1 to hold the rest of the pack at bay. Half a lap remaining into the bus stop once again. Ferguson with a cart length cushion. He'll have to probably block in these final few hairpins, but beyond that should be okay towards the last chicane for the last time.
Making their way down. Everyone's single file. We're going to try to pass here in the hairpin. We've seen a lot of carts go wide on exit. Everyone stays in line. It's probably going to stay single file here until we get down to the front straightaway. Making their way down. Everyone stays nose to tail. And P number 5, Luke Giglio, is not going to have a chance to catch back up as they have a handful of corners left, Xander.
Final few turns. Troy Ferguson out of the last corner has been perfect. Hasn't put a wheel wrong. He'll come out of the final corner, and Troy Ferguson wins the first pre-final of the day. He takes the pole position for Micro Swift in the main event. Oh, no, we got 2 to go. The timing's a little bit off on our end. The 2 to go signal just now given, so they're running the full 10 laps. They'll update that on our timing, so we were calling it a little bit early. And Ferguson loses the lead. So the drivers were just seeing that. We were calling off our timing monitor. These guys still have 2 laps to go. So through the bowl, it is now Julian Sanchez at the helm. Paxton Dyson to 2nd. Matthew Cagle 4th. Luke Giglio still not close enough for the paddling. He's going to get swallowed by that next group here pretty soon. But this time, actually a lap and a half remaining. Sanchez leads them into the bus stop.
Well, now the mind games are going to come into effect here. Who's going to try to move the last 2 laps? Making the way into that hairpin. No one makes a move. Everyone stays single file. Let's see if anyone pops out here on the inside hairpin. No one does. Everyone's going to continue to go nose to tail. Luke Giglio not close to making a move yet as we are now approaching the final lap officially. I don't think he's going to have any chance to catch back up to the top 4.
Yeah, Luke Giglio is going to be still about 2 seconds back from the top 4. Not going to be close enough. Across the line. White flag officially. 1 to go. All the way to the bottom for Julian Sanchez. Keeps Paxton Dyson at bay. Ferguson mid-track defends a little bit through 1 and 2. Through turn number 2. Here they come to 3. Sanchez still holding. Dyson a little bit narrow as well in the entry. Now look at that. Ferguson. What a move on Troy Ferguson on Paxton Dyson. He gets 2nd as they go to the bus stop.
And he didn't lose enough momentum. He is going to be in the tow. Continues to close. Maybe in the throw to the side here from Sanchez, making the way through the bus stop. Coming up into the hairpin. Let's see if anyone's going to try to pop out here. Originally, they were staying nose to tail, trying to roll the momentum through the corner. But right now, no one cares about momentum as they're going to go 2 by 2 down in the hairpin.
Ferguson opened up. Dyson wasn't deep enough to get there. Here they go. Crossover to the outside. Ferguson is nearly clear to the lead, but Sanchez will get the run and push from behind. Ferguson gets hung out to dry. Sanchez back to the point. Dyson gets clear. He's going to be too far back, though. Ferguson trying to get him in the final corner. He can't. And out of the last turn. What a final lap. Julian Sanchez puts the GFC on pole here for the pre-final.
Rest of the field, Paxton Dyson, who wasn't even in that top 3 with about 4 or 5 laps to go, finds himself in P number 2.
What a run for Paxton Dyson. Picks up 3 spots from his qualifying position on the inside of row 3. Rocco Simone, big time mover late. That pack eventually did get to Luke Giglio. He gets to 5th. Giglio drops down the order. A couple other drivers fell further back, but no big movers up the order in the Micro Slip pre-final presented by Team Bennick. So checkered flag in the air officially. And your results. Again, Julian Sanchez, a great run on the final lap. Masterful defending, nearly lost it. Luckily, he might owe Paxton Dyson a little bit of lunch money with that push he gave him to get back into the lead with just 3 corners to go. Sanchez, your winner. Dyson 2nd. Ferguson 3rd. And again, down the order all the way through to the 21 driver Micro Swift field. Dyson, Ferguson, Cagle, Simone, 5 spots gained. He'll start nice and pretty on the inside of row 3 for the main alongside Pasha Ali, then Jackson Gibson, Giglio, Jackson Porter, and Mateus Romolo, your top 10 in our first pre-final of the day. A good way to kick things off and a great battle for the young guns, 7 to 10 years old, putting on a show. They've set the bar high for the KA Juniors, and those boys and girls are up next. Stick with us here live from Salt Lake City, Utah. The SKUSA Pro Tour flag and the American flag beautifully waving in the wind. We've got more racing coming your way. Untermeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion Ryan Norberg winning Super Nationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
And we are live yet again. We're about to get underway here with the KA100 Junior, sponsored by Nash Motorsports. Making the way through the final parts of the track, about to get the green flag. 10 laps is going to be the distance here for your junior KAs. About to come across the line, Caleb Gaffera and Max Taylor. The new teammates find themselves on the front rows. They're about to take the green flag here. Charlie Smith and Jesus Faquins Jr. finds himself in P number 4 with Cooper Shipman rounding out the top 5. Down the line, let's see if they're going to go green this time. By if they're going to send him around. Eyes on the starter, and it is a green down into turn number 1. Inside liner Gaffera. Let's see if he's able to roll it, if he's going to have to give it up to Max Taylor. Taylor's going to try to slide into P2. Can't do that. He is now battling it out for third with Charlie Smith. Smith is not able to get it away. He is going to have to settle for P3. So P number 2 now goes to Max Taylor as we have a beautiful line of karts making the way towards the backstretch. Caleb Gaffera already opening up about a 3. Now count that 4 kart length lead as a couple of karts turn around in a huge dust cloud in the backstretch. Drivers not able to get their way back under track. Caleb Gaffera still out in front. There's a dive bomb to the inside for second. That is going to be Charlie Smith able to get around Max Taylor. He's going to have to settle down for third. Count that now fourth, as he is now going to get passed back yet again as down on the inside line goes Cooper Shipman.
Yeah, so Cooper Shipman gets by on Taylor as well. Right behind him is one of the Track Magic GFC drivers. Gets a little bit bottled up, and it's a big lead here to begin the KA Junior Pre-Final for Caleb Gaffera. Jesus Vasquez Jr. trying to close up here as he's moved up into third. Of course, his teammate up the road, Charlie Smith, so good start for the Nash Motorsports boys. Second and third. Right behind him there in fourth, of course, is Shipman still. He was able to at least fend off the charge. Then Max Taylor, then Stephen Miller. They got by Preston Lambert. That's the Track Magic driver in the 7th position. And they're all spread out with how much they shuffled there at the end of the first lap. Headed through. Oscar Iliff is up into 8th. Gabriel DaCosta 9th. Here is a look at second and third. They're going to get close together and hook up a little bit. They're still getting a little sniff of draft off Gaffera as they come on through. But you're watching Charlie Smith and Jesus Vasquez Jr. as they try to track down race leader Caleb Gaffera. We're looking, I believe, on our timing monitor. I think we've got it corrected now with Race Hero giving us that full feed from the SKUSA timing tower to be a 10-lap pre-final for the A Juniors. A few more going off in the back. That'll be something to talk about, of course, here today, Caleb, is the dust-ups for the back of the field, bringing that sand and dirt onto the racetrack, all the rocks. It'll make it a big-time challenge when the leaders get back around to that section next time by, because if the back of the field hit it, no one else is going back across it to clean that racetrack back off.
Yeah, they can hope that the one's going to take it off the track, but until that point happens, you're really going to have to drive through it and just deal with whatever you're dealt with, as we will have the shot of the leader, Caleb Gaffera, who pulled away by about 3 or 4 car lengths. I think he thought he was going to get out of drafting distance and drive off to the sunset. That is not going to be the case. Charlie Smith now on his back bumper, falling right behind is Jesus, and not too far behind him, Cooper Shipman, who had a very good start, making up a couple spots, is trying to see if he can't crack into that top 4.
Oh, Gaffera already defensive here, and now Jesus Vasquez Jr. going to make his teammate pay for going to the outside. Charlie Smith will lose 2 spots. Cooper Shipman gets by. They block a little bit, but smart driving by both Shipman and Vasquez. They both moved up last second to kind of give themselves, all right, you know what, we can battle a little, but let's not battle too much and let Gaffera get back away again. He's got 2 car lengths on him as they head for the front straightaway this time. 3 laps complete. Caleb Gaffera leads in KA Junior still. Here comes a big run from Vasquez Jr. down to turn 1. He'll get right to the rear bumper into the first 2 corners.
That's a way to bunch back up the top 4. Shipman now finds himself up in a P3 after trailing the top 3. Not too far behind him, Charlie Smith. So we have a 4-car battle for the lead. Keep an eye on P number 5. Max Taylor started on the outside of row number 1. Now finds himself in P number 5. The top 4 battle back and forth. We could easily see a 4, possibly 5 with Oscar Iliff, 5, possibly 6 with Oscar Iliff battle for the lead.
Through the bus stop, over to the chicane, through the right-left chicane, into the hairpin. Here comes Jesus Vasquez Jr. down the inside and for the lead. Jesus Vasquez Jr. to the point. Cooper Shipman follows through to second. Smith still there in the 4th spot. and they get a little bottleneck. That'll bring Smith back up, and that next group, oh, we got one turned around way off of the racetrack at the exit of the corner. That looks to be Gabrielle DaCosta. That has gotten turned, and the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart driver, unfortunately, she is going to fall all the way to the back of the field. As look up front, Vasquez Jr. was blocking the inside. Around the outside, Cooper Shipman trying to get there. Not going to happen. They're going to freight train him. He'll lose second.
Caleb Gaffera gave all sorts of help there for Vasquez Jr., able to hang on to the point. But now we have more than 5 karts battle. We have, count that, a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7 kart battle for the lead. Top 3 got a little bit of separation. Again, that is being led by Jesus. P number 2 of Cooper Shipman also up in, P number 3 now. There's too many karts to keep track of, Xander.
Yeah, Cooper Shipman there back to third. As we saw, Caleb Gaffera able to get back to second. Here comes Shipman. He'll take second back away. Right behind him, Charlie Smith still riding in the 4th spot. 5th, Max Taylor. 6th, Oscar Iliff. 7th, Preston Lambert. You can see on that wide shot how long this lead pack goes for KA100 Junior. That's just a factor of the lower horsepower, 100cc racing here in the kind of, you call them the semi-pro or the ladder classes, with the X30 Juniors having a little more horsepower. They'll still have the draft. Not to this effect, though. Up front, Shipman looking for the lead on Vasquez. He's going to bring company. Here comes Gaffera. Charlie Smith trying to get through on his teammate. Pops the curb. Not clear. And now he'll lose a spot as Max Taylor stuffs him down the inside in turn 3. He'll take over 4th.
Charlie Smith definitely had his elbows out there in turn 1. Didn't pay off for him. He's going to have to suffer from the consequences of his actions. Leaders now 1 and 2. Shipman up into P1. Gaffera P2 as there's dust off in the backstretch as they make their way through. Now we have, once again, still multiple karts in contingency. 4 major ones right now are packed up for. Let's see if anyone defends coming down the hairpin, Xander.
Yeah, let's take a look there. Down the inside for third. Jesus Vasquez Jr. going to get the boot as on by went Max Taylor. Charlie Smith again to the outside. Again, he'll lose a spot as there goes Oscar Iliff up into 4th. And the top 2 get a little bit of a breakaway as the 5 cars behind them have shuffled so much in just 3 corners. They've now lost about a half second to the lead. Taylor trying to get himself back up front as, again, he started on the front row, while Caleb Gaffera working perfectly here with Cooper Shipman down to turn 1.
Who knows the tail? I'm wondering if Gaffera now is going to try to settle in into P2 here. Got 5 laps to go. We're just going to be over halfway this next time by. If you're able to push the 2 away from, you can get yourself away from the beehive from behind, and you guys can battle out the rest of the race. But if that mid-pack settles down just a little bit, they could catch the toe once more, and we could see more karts in contingency for a win. But right now, only 2 of Shipman and Gaffera are in contingency.
Oscar Iliff leading that group now as he's gone by on Max Taylor. Shuffled Taylor back to 5th. Now Charlie Smith going to go on Iliff. Jesus Vasquez on Taylor. Iliff crossover, gets back clear as Smith drops a wheel on exit. Preston Lambert going to go by. Max Taylor nearly gets in too hot. Bout cleans the left rear off of Jesus Vasquez Jr., but he bottles it back up. And out front, Caleb Gaffera, Cooper Shipman loving it. 3 to go here at the line, and they're continuing to build a margin as more dust is kicked up from the mid-pack.
The battle for that 3rd, 4th, and 5th spot seems to be separating themselves back out as there's a pass for the, I believe that is for P number 3. That is going to be Smith getting around Iliff as they now continue to grow the lead as the top 2 on your screen right now. That is Gaffera P2, Shipman out in front, and I'm pretty sure if they can just settle in how it is, we're about to see these 2 guys go back and forth here in the next 2 laps.
Yeah, here they come. There they go through the bus stop now once again. Charlie Smith at the helm of the 2nd pack. Oscar Iliff and Jesus Vasquez Jr. right there through the chicane towards the back corners. Caleb Gaffera, he's one of the veteran junior drivers along with Cooper Shipman. Look at that dive bomb by Jesus Vasquez Jr. 2 for 1 special in the back. Oscar Iliff trying to throw a wheel at him, scare him to back out for 2nd. He does not. The leaders head towards the back corner, and Cooper Shipman will take him onto the front straightaway to see the double sticks. 2 laps to go for the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart of Cooper Shipman. Big run coming for Gaffera to the bumper. He'll stay there into turn number 1.
Gaffera's probably biding his time. He's going to wait till he get probably either next time by or the final couple of corners to make his move. They got a good gap right now. Roughly about 2 seconds separates themselves and Oscar Iliff running in P number 3 last time by. They're still going nose to tail. Probably going to see this exact view as we continue on the rest of this lap. White flag next time by.
Got another driver that's joined that middle group there. Looks like Beckham Tupakov up 14 positions. The Benek EOS kart driver has latched onto this 2nd pack. What a mad skirmish it's been. Oscar Iliff leading the group. Jesus Vasquez Jr. right behind. There goes your leaders. Here comes this big pack on through. Vasquez brings Charlie Smith by. Third and fourth now for the two Nash drivers, and they'll go on full defense mode as the leaders for the second to last time head through the final sector. Look at that, we got contact. Off goes Preston Lambert through the dust. He'll lose a couple spots. One more driver went off with him as well. Might have been Max Taylor. We'll confirm it. White flag in the air.
Gafera, let's see if he's going to try to roll the outside line. Stays on the back bumper. Oh, gets Cooper Shipman a little upset as they make their way into turn number 1. Continues to stay on the back bumper. Now let's see, when is he going to make his move? If not mistaken, we do have 1 lap to go, so he's running out of time here if he wants to start in pole position.
Yeah, the white flag in the air here. Again, the timing monitor should update in just a moment. 10 laps, there it is. Here they come out of the bowl. Jesus Vasquez Jr. just ahead of Charlie Smith, Oscar Iliff, and Max Taylor. So it was Tupikov, the driver that got sent off along with Preston Lambert from that pack. Final time into the hairpin. Shipman blocks on the inside. Gafera around the outside, can't get by. Tries to keep momentum up. Vasquez Jr. leads that pack on the bottom as well. Here they come to the left-hander. Crossover move. Caleb Gafera gets alongside, but Shipman hangs on. Last corner coming up now. Big battles in the back of the field. Here come your leaders. Final time, single file across the line. Cooper Shipman wins the pre-final in KA Junior.
Gafera did not have enough to get it done there in that second half of the lap. I think he probably should have made his move into turn number 1, but these two are going to start in the front row for the feature, and I have a feeling that was just a little bit of a glimpse of what's yet to come here with the rest of the drivers still making their way through. Jesus Vasquez Jr. able to make their way into P number 3, Charlie Smith into P number 4, and Oscar Iliff moving up 2 positions rounds out your top 5.
Yeah, great run for Oscar Iliff to close out that one. The first of the big classes here, 35 plus at 39 total drivers for KA100 Junior. And the win goes to Cooper Shipman in the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart. What a nicely done lap. Couldn't have done that one better. Obviously nearly got crossed up out of that double left-hander they're coming into now, but he's on the inside for the S's after, so he'd really have to botch it and go way wide. Gafera drove that one clean, learned a little bit, I'm sure. And as you look through the results here, some other movers up the field. Spencer Conrad picks up a few, moves to 7th. Max Taylor ends up 6th. And we look down the order for some of the drivers that did not have nearly as good. Beckham Tupikov ends up 17th after just driving his way all the way up to that lead group. Valentino Garbarino, Christian Quijano, Gabriel DaCosta, and Rocky Moran Jr., all drivers that had started higher up and unfortunately end up all the way down tail end Charlie here in your KA Junior Pre-Final. They've got work to do for the main event later today. But Cooper Shipman, your winner over Caleb Gafera. And as that pack split up quite a bit with the final few laps, I'm sure a lot of those junior drivers will watch the footage from their onboard. They watch the broadcast and learn and go, you know what? Maybe if we would have been a little more patient, put the egos aside of who leads that group and follow, we might have had a shot to be up there with Shipman and Gafera. The track cleanup process now underway, which gives us a moment to go to commercial break. When we come back, it's the next class up in the age order for your 100cc power plants. KA100 Senior will be coming up here as we're wrapped for KA Junior, presented by Nash Motorsports. Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee. And on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products Easy GP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles, can be used on any karting platform. To see our products online, go to odenthalracing.com. Welcome back here live from Utah Motorsports Campus. KA100 Senior onto the racetrack here, getting set to go green for their pre-final presented by Ryan Perry Motorsport. Caleb Schrader, his first career pole award on the SKUSA Pro Tour. He'll be leading Jeremy Fletcher alongside a 35-plus driver grid to the green. Row 2, it'll be Zach Meyer and Cedric Alupian. Row 3, Jack Doyle and Josh Campbell. As they come into the tram lines and look for the green flag here for the first time. What a beautifully looking start we've got through the lights and down to the green flag. We've got it. We are underway down to turn number 1. And a nice and slow start by Caleb Schrader keeps them all together. Let's see how they can make it to the first few corners. 3 wide back in the pack. But the top couple rows at least are all single file and clean.
Fletcher was able to make his way into the inside line, able to slot into P2. He is now going to shoot it up on the inside and go to the point. That is going to push Schrader back into P2. That is now Fletcher out in front.
What an awesome move there by Jeremy Fletcher just to go straight to it. He gets the lead away through the bus stop over to the chicane for the first time. And a big line of go-karts all behind him here. We got some more carnage back in the field. We've got 3, 4, 5, 6 drivers collected here. Macy Williams, one of the ones involved. She's had a rough start to Saturday, and it's just gotten a whole lot worse as the lead pack heads through the back hairpins for the first time. Headed up by the newly signed Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Car driver, Jeremy Fletcher. He'll take him out of the final corner and down the front stretch here to put 1 lap complete. 9 laps to go in KA Senior.
Look for the top 4 to stay nose to tail. Usually just a little bit more maturity out of these drivers from experience, and they know that they shouldn't be passing into the first lap. And beginning parts of races, I should say, as Fletcher continues to lead. There's the top 4, Fletcher, Schrader, Meyer, and Lupin. Your top 4, only one who's not in a Rollison's Performance kart is your leader, Jeremy Fletcher, out front with no help from any of the carts besides himself running on the RPM.
Yeah, that's a good point there. The RPG Cosmics 2, 3, 4 could line up and freight train him at any point. We saw him be a little bit defensive through turn number 2, so that may be the case as they head towards the back section through the chicane quickly and towards the back hairpin. Jeremy Fletcher now going to get a little more breathing room for himself and Caleb Schrader as Cedric Lupien goes by on Zach Meyer for 3rd, and Meyer under pressure for 4th now. That is from Walker Hess. Nice move here by the Utah local. Walker Hess is already up 6 spots, and the veteran driver into the top 4 as they come across the line to put 2 complete 8 to go.
Fletcher holds on to a decent lead, probably about 2 or 3 kart lengths making the way across the line. 1 more lap in the books. Walker Hess was for a moment the fast car on track, but Cole Kleck running in that CRG and P number 7 has moved up 5 spots as he is now the fastest car on the track. Look for him to possibly see if he can't make his way into the top 5.
Yeah, Cole Kleck had to go in the first group for qualifying. That lap held up decently throughout, and he's at the end of this big group here. As you can see, it's about 8 drivers strong, going all the way back to what looks to be Vinny Miskelis at the end of the pack. Maybe Josh Campbell, I think, getting into the mix as well, as he was in 6th at the end of the lap, dropped back to 8th, so Miskelis up to 7th, I believe, if not higher. Headed through the hairpin and out. Jeremy Fletcher leading the way. Back behind, it is still Schrader, Lupien, Hess, then Meyer, then there is Cole Kleck, so he's up to 6th. Correction from 7th. Josh Campbell is 7th. Then a little gap back to Miskelis as they come out of the final turn. 3 complete now, 7 to go. Jeremy Fletcher's led every single one, so it's getting by on turn number 4, and a nicely timed pass as well for Jeremy Fletcher. Caleb Schrader following the driver here. Fletcher's got a lot of experience for a rookie, and he's had a lot at the front as well, so smart stuff for Caleb Schrader. And at this point, again, this class, at least with the heavy full-size go-karts, that tire degradation, that tire wear could factor in a little bit here. The draft is still pretty major as well, but riding behind a guy may not be the worst thing in the world if you can take it easy, let the draft pull you along. And that's kind of what we're seeing. Everyone in the lead group, they're just kind of riding right now. You know, it's not overly antsy. No one's really getting too up in arms. We're seeing Cole Kleck make some moves. He's trying to get to the front of the group altogether, but that's because he started way back as we see him go by Zach Meyer there for 5th.
The more you have to dive bomb and try to pop out of line to make a better pass, the more you use up your tires. So both Cole Kleck and Walker Hess, who have moved up a lot of positions, maybe you're trying to sit back here for a couple laps and save their tires just a little bit until it comes on and they can actually start to push it towards the end. But right now, smart race by everyone at the top of the field as we are now 6 laps to go at the line.
Yep, 6 to go as they head for turn number 1. Nice and big run for the leaders. We'll pick them up out of turn number 2. And it's just on cruise control so far for the RPM Tony Kart, Jeremy Fletcher, as they head into that big bowl. I guess you'd call that one turn number 5. You got the kink right before it, turn number 4. And we have turn 6 to begin the bus stop through 7 and 8. Heading out, there's the cool shot on the CRG of Cole Kleck already putting some gaps. 7, 8, then through 9. And then here's 10 and 11, that right-left chicane, headed for turn 12, the right-handed hairpin. I believe 17 or 18 turns in total. We go out of 12 to 13 and 14, the double apex left-hander. And we go 15 here on the right, 16 on the left, 17 on the right there, and then 18 and 19 to finish. So 19 turns in total, as we'll count them anyway, here at Utah Motorsports Campus. 36 drivers, 5 laps complete. A clean and controlled start to the pre-final so far, as we now see Cedric Lupien looking for second on his teammate, and Caleb Schrader will give it to him. Nice and easy. P2 for Lupien, and the Canadian now locks his targets onto the 922 of Jeremy Fletcher.
Walker Hess also seeing that battling happen out in front as he's running in P4. Probably trying to think about when he's going to make his move and make his way up the field. Not too far behind him, Cole Kleck also up into P5. So those two biggest movers in the front half of the field now find themselves nose to tail. See if they possibly work together and make their way even farther up. But it's still Jeremy Fletcher who's been in control from the start.
Here comes Kleck down the inside into the hairpin there, turn number 12. He'll get by for fourth. Picks up another one and still digging for more as we've got some contact back in the mid-pack there. That was looking like quite a few drivers kind of coming together awkwardly. I think it might have been Josiah Tracy, one of the ones involved in it. My mistake earlier, I called Macy Williams. It was not. It was actually one of the other blue and black machines. Williams has caught her way up into the top 10, but we did see problems for Lydia Small and Travis Varney in the comp cart in the 940. So those were some of the drivers involved in that first lap incident that got turned around. The biggest loser there was Small. She started up inside the top 15.
There's a good shot here. Leaders making the way into the bull. Out in front, Jeremy Fletcher holding on to a comfortable half a second lead. I don't think he's going to have much competition, but P2 of Lupien followed by Schrader, the two teammates under Rawlison Performance Group. See if they can't possibly work to make their way up the field. But Cole Klick finds himself inside the top 5. He maybe see if he can't mix it up and make his way onto a podium starting spot for the feature this afternoon.
Yeah, Cole Kleck doing a great job coming forward. Again, we've got 8 spots gained for him already, still with 3.5 laps to go. He could easily get 1 or 2 more, and depending how good the pace is, they might be able, if they play their cards right, to run down Jeremy Fletcher. So here they come out of the final corner down the front straightaway. Your leader, Jeremy Fletcher, the gap, 5/10 at the line. Let's compare it. He gives up about 1/10 of a second, but it's still just a little bit given up to Cedric Lupien as they start to try and close back up to the RPM Tony kart. Here's Kleck. Nice dive down the inside on Caleb Schrader. He'll take the 3rd spot away. 9 spots gained for the Arcane Motorsports CRG driver Cole Kleck. What a run going here in KA Senior. Looking for 1 or 2 more with 3 laps to go.
He's going to be closed up on the back bumper of Lupien running in P2. Lupien going to need a little bit of help if he's going to try to run down Jeremy Fletcher. He just lost his teammate from behind him of Schrader, who moves back into P4. So let's see if Cole Kleck catches up to him, if he's going to try to move around him quickly or possibly push him to catch back up to Jeremy Fletcher running out in front as we have 2 laps to go coming up at the line.
Yeah, there they go through the double apex left-hander, 13 and 14, over to 15 and 16, the S's. And then the final section of the racetrack. How quick is Cole Kleck? We're going to find out here in these final 2 laps. Double sticks in the air for your KA Seniors. Another 10-lap pre-final across the line. Lupien again digging towards Fletcher. Knocks 1/10 and a half off the gap. 3/10 back. 2.5 car lengths by the time they get through 1 and 2. He's almost there. Might be able to apply some pressure, and that's exactly what Cole Kleck would love to see. 2 to go. Jeremy Fletcher leading, and it'll be 2.5, I should say, with 2 to go at the line. Fletcher's got company on the way.
They're coming up in the parts. It's a little bit trickier to pass you when you're coming out of the bus stop, but the best passing opportunity is this hairpin that we're approaching. That is turn number 12. Let's see if he's going to go to the inside to defend or if he's going to stay on the normal racing line. Fletcher is going to keep it normal, making his way through 12. But still closing up slowly but surely is Lupien, followed by Cole Kleck. Fast car on the track last lap to the back bumper. Here comes Lupien. See if he can make a move on Fletcher in the final couple of corners.
Yeah, through the S's towards the last couple turns. Out of the final corner here this time. We'll put the double sticks in the air. 2 to go for Jeremy Fletcher. 2.5 car lengths back to Cedric Lupien, who's going to pull up in the draft. Cole Kleck trying to get there as well. Oh, we got a problem for Cole Kleck in 3rd. Cole Kleck with a problem at the end of the front straightaway. He just all of a sudden like hit a brick wall, fell back to 4th. He's still running right now, but he's given up the 3rd spot to Caleb Schrader and has Walker Hess on his rear bumper. Don't know what just happened to Cole Kleck. He's dropped out of it, and here we are. Final lap in the air for Fletcher.
Fletcher's got a handful of corners to just hold on. The white flag was presented last lap, which means this next one is going to end it for the heat race. Fletcher out in front. Does he defend or go the normal line? He thinks about defending, goes about halfway to the inside. Lupien thought about making a move. Coming up into 13 and 14 here, the double right-hander. Fletcher defends. That's going to cost him on the exit through the S's. Does Lupien have enough to reel him in the final couple of corners? He's got to do it coming out of the final corner there, Xander.
He'll need a big run, a Hail Mary drive. It's just not going to be long enough here. The draft is big. I don't think he'll get the slingshot. Jeremy Fletcher wins the pre-final in KA Senior across the line. Loopy in second, and then behind him in third, Caleb Schrader, and I'm still baffled at what happened to Cole Kleck going to the end of the front straightaway. Just all of a sudden lost power, it seemed like, for a second, as Caleb Schrader blew his doors off at the end of the straightaway, and then he lost even more time with Walker Hess getting up to the rear bumper, and he fell back 6/10 from Schrader at the end. So a disaster at the end for Cole Kleck. Still, though, an impressive drive through the field. 8 spots gained in total. He'll start on the outside of row number 2 for the main, a heck of a lot better, and if he can get everything sorted, he can win from there. Let's go back down the rest of the order, bring up your results from the pre-final for KA 100 Senior. Again, Jeremy Fletcher over Cedric Lupien and Caleb Schrader, putting the RPM Tony card on the top step. Then Walker Hess and Cole Kleck, their 5th and 4th. Josh Campbell ends up in 7th, 1 spot back from Zach Meyer, who was in that group early, faded back. They both did, actually, to let the top 5 kind of slip further up the order. Then Vinny Muskelis, Macy Williams, and Ethan Rapp. We had some big movers up and down the order a little bit. Obviously, as we go through the midfield, a few moves there. Josiah Tracy able to rebound from his issue to 16th. You can see Lydia Small, Travis Varney, Grace Hemmer, Nolan Tidwell, all involved in incidents along with Blake Feely. And they're going to start tail end of the pack. So Jeremy Fletcher, your winner in KA 100 Senior. And shout out to Peyton Phillips, up 10 spots from 22nd. Alex Stanfield picks up 4. The Texan Tony Kart drivers could be looking for a run in the final, as they've got at least a half-decent starting spot moving towards the main event later today. So we're going to see who we can get to chat with after that KA 100 Senior. Pretty tame pre-final altogether. A little bit wild on that first lap with the carnage, Caleb, but they all played pretty nice.
Yeah, it was a smart run there, especially from the biggest movers of Hess and then obviously Cole Kleck. I think when those two get together, they're finally going to be starting towards the front when it comes time for the feature. I think that's just a glimpse we're going to see, but everyone knew it was the pre-final. Make up some spots when you can. Better to finish in an okay spot than not finish at all.
Yeah, definitely. A good spot for the main is all that you're looking for here in the pre-final. Points are obviously up for grabs if you're looking championship at this point, but we're still working towards the halfway mark on the season. We'll hit that overnight between rounds 3 and 4 of the 6-round championship, and it's just important, again, to still get a good spot for those main event points, so no point in throwing your weekend down the drain for an aggressive pass in the pre-final, especially when you look at how many drivers, again, this race can affect, because you got so many in the grid. If you have a bad pre-final in KA Senior, you're not going back to 20th or 25th. You could go all the way back to 36th or 35th, and that is a death sentence when it comes to trying to get to the podium, or arguably even the top 5. So smart driving all around here from them, and the heat keeping everybody on their toes here in Utah. That's going to just accelerate the tire wear by being hotter and hotter throughout the day. It's already pretty warm here, pushing into the upper 80s by the afternoon later on. And that's, of course, when we'll be getting ready for main event action for this division. The X30 Seniors, the Pro Shifters, and the X30 Juniors, they run a little bit later here in the morning, so they've got a little more time for the temperatures to kind of catch up to them. But at this point, pushing towards noon, KA 100 Senior, all wrapped, all done, and Jeremy Fletcher, a flawless drive, really. I mean, he built that gap when he needed to. It looked like he kind of just managed towards the end of the race. He obviously wasn't pushing to go a ton further up the order. So nicely done for Fletch. And the rookie, he's got another class, of course, to run the X30 Pro Division, starting a little bit further back in that one, but he's had a stellar start to 2022 across the board in the 100cc power plants. And he's done it again here in KA Seniors pre-final in Salt Lake City, Utah. So let's send it over to Kendall Hedge. She's caught up with our KA Senior pre-final winner. Kendall?
With Jeremy Fletcher, who just almost dominated that final. You gapped out, and then they started to get you at the end. How did you keep Cedric Lupien from getting past you there at the end?
Well, I knew there was a lot of RPGs. Almost all the top 5 except for me was RPG, so I made the move early on one of them and tried to manage the gap and then manage my tires the whole way.
Yeah. Well, you talked earlier about how it's getting really hot there, and you said you could barely last 10 laps. Well, you got 10 more there coming up next. How are you going to get it done?
Never got to let them know how strong you are, how weak you are. Never know.
All right. Well, sounds good, and good luck the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
So big thanks to Jeremy Fletcher again, and a big congrats, of course, to the Orion Perry Motorsport Tony Kart driver. That's a good way to start off a new relationship with a new team, new boss, is go out and get him a checkered flag in the first session you got with him.
Yeah, especially when he didn't really have any teammates out there. He was out there by himself, taking on the RPM guys at the start of it, and then more teams got involved towards the end. But, yeah, that is one way to go out of the box, is saying, you know what, I'll put it on pole for the future first race in.
Heck of a way to start the day here. Jeremy Fletcher, of course, has the X30 Pro Division coming up later on, so he's got more work to do to set himself up for a good afternoon of racing. But KA Senior is wrapped. We now go back down the age groups to find your minis when we come back. After this, it's time for more racing action from Utah Motorsports Campus. Welcome back here live from Utah Motorsports Campus. The Mini Swifts making their way on out. Let's bring you the starting lineup here as they get set to go. Jack Iliff threw down a heater in qualifying, nearly put him 3/10 clear on the field as he qualified on the pole over Tyrone Kemper Jr. in the Charles Leclerc PSL karting entry. Gage Bailey and Asher Rockstein will make up row number 2 with Alessandro Truccio and Kai Johnson on row 3. Maxim Kerwin and Carson Weinberg, row 4, and Nico Sarfati, Tyler Roberts will round the top 10. It is a field of 37 Mini Swifts presented by Parolin USA, and it's a Parolin on the pole. The Iron Rock Motorsports entry of Jack Iliff has them all ready to go. Hyped up, down the front straightaway and on the power early. Will we get the green flag? It's a fast start, but the green is given. We're racing down to turn 1, and look at that big push for the inside lane. Kemper's going to get left to dry a little bit, and it looks like third as well. Gage Bailey opened the door. Truccio gets by into second and looking for the lead. Nearly going to get there, Alessandro Truccio. Aggressive here early as the field heads on through turns 1 and 2 with a couple collected over in the dirt. Further down the midfield, looks like Ty Fisher is one of them. Another one, potentially the 195 Nitro kart that might have been Ashton Woon. That is indeed Ashton Woon started 12th. And we had more drivers involved in that one, all going to the tail end of the field here as your leaders head through the hairpin.
Yeah, heartbreak there for Ashton Woon. Had a good run at USPKS and GoPro. Now finds himself going to start in the back for the feature, which, like you said before, is almost like a death sentence. We have to start that far in the back. Meanwhile, the leaders are going at it towards the front. Tyrone Kemper Jr. got shuffled back to the 4th or 5th spot. He now finds himself struggling to maintain that second group as they make their way out of the final couple of corners. Top 3 kart breakaway just now coming across the line. Lap number 1 is going to be registered. There is 9 to go. Leading the way is Jack Iliff with Truccio into P2. And that third part, rounding out the third pack, I should say, is Maximum Kirkwan running in P3. So that 3 is starting to pull away. Jack Iliff holds on to about a 3 or 4 kart length advantage. And the rest of the field, led by Lucas Palacio in P number 4, trying to see if they can make their way back up. But Tyrone Kemper Jr. currently in P7 after starting on the front row.
Yeah, he got freight trained right off the bat down in turns 1 and 2 already. And it was an even start. The inside lane was pushing, the outside lane was not. Jack Iliff still leading over Truccio along with Kerwin. Kerwin again up 4 spots, as you mentioned. A good start here for Maxim. And Palacio's not terribly far back as they battle for the 5th position. We've got one more driver who has tagged the barriers over here in the bus stop. It is the 196 of Alexis Bayarjan. He had been up 6 spots to 19th. And Alexis Bayarjan, unfortunately, all the way back to the tail. He'll suffer a DNF here in this pre-final. 2 laps complete this time by. 8 to go. Here comes Palacio. Look how much this group's already caught up to the leaders. They've got more company. Of course, Gage Bailey, Asher Rockstein, Tyrone Kemper Jr. They're only 1.3 back. Palacio, quickest on the racetrack that time. He'll take the 3rd spot away from Kerwin and move the Kart Republic driver for Trinity Karting Group up 1 spot higher into the top 3.
Yeah, Jack Iliff, your leader, almost has a half a second advantage that across the line over Alessandro Truccio running in P number 2. He's going to hope that since that second group catches back up, he wants them to start racing each other, that we continue to pull away. But right now it looks like Kirkwood and Truccio working nose to tail. This little see if they can't possibly catch back up to leaders, but they got to go quickly because Lucas Palacio is definitely closing.
Yeah, Palacio on the bumper now of Truccio. Already got by Maxim Kerwin. Now he'll get by Truccio as well. Fastest kid on the racetrack, Lucas Palacio. What a job he's got already going. 2.5 laps complete, up to second, and didn't lose any time to Jack Iliff there. And he is rolling through the S's. Already put 2 car lengths on Truccio. Here comes Lucas Palacio. 3 laps complete, 7 to go. It is still Jack Iliff out front by half a second, but he's got a different driver chasing him down now as Truccio goes to be the pusher. Now he's going to pass on Palacio, goes back by him into 1.
Yeah, out in front, that was Palacio able to get up one more position to the front. Last lap, he was the fastest car on track, so I believe we're going to possibly send it down for a quick interview.
Yeah, we'll see if we can go side by side here. Cameron Weinberg has been impressive. His younger brother, Carson Weinberg, on the track right now in the Mini Swift class, and the CRG Speed Concepts Racing teammates here have been giving each other a little bit of heckling, of course, through the weekend. But Cameron Weinberg, great start to his year, so-so start to qualifying, punching a hole in the air. Let's see what he has to say about his day so far here. Kendall?
I'm here with Cameron Weinberg. Cameron, you're qualified 13th. It's only 4/10 off pole, but you got some work to do. How are you headed going into the pre-final?
We're confident. I made a bad decision in qualifying, trying to push my own air. I thought I had 3 laps to get it done, and I did, but it was just the wrong place. So we got really good long run pace for this pre-final. I should be able to get through pretty quick. As long as we stay clean the first lap, we'll be fine.
Yeah. Going into this pre-final and everybody being so close on time, how do you think the whole race with everybody is going to be?
As long as everybody stays pretty consistent, it should be good. I mean, I think probably the RPG teammates will probably try to work together and get away, but maybe not. We're really fast by ourselves, so hopefully we can get up there.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kendall here, and thanks to Cameron Weinberg for speaking with us as we go back to the on-track action. Lucas Palacio has gotten through to second after losing it for a moment to Truccio. Now, unfortunately, Gage Bailey's going to fight him. Palacio just can't seem to find any help. I mean, you'd think with how quick he was, they'd want to help him, but maybe they think he's too quick, and they're trying to shuffle him back, Caleb.
Yeah, this is working out to the favor, though. Jack Iliff, I think the last thing he wants is Palacio to be on his back bumper, so I think he's going to give all the credit in the world to Gage Bailey for trying to keep him at bay. Although Palacio maybe have used up his tires a little too much in the first half of the race. Again, these are lower horsepower, so tire wear isn't as big of a factor as you said, though. The sun's starting to come out, so they're maybe putting just a little bit too much wear on them.
Yeah, I mean, they all got to be a little bit wary of it. It's just such a high-speed racetrack in the corners. You carry so much roll speed through the center. I mean, you're working the tire, getting every bit of grip out of it compared to some tracks maybe a little more stop and go, and the banking doesn't help too much either. So as they go on through, Iliff, a kart length up on Gage Bailey, who looks to be just as quick as Palacio, because since he's gone ahead, Palacio stuck with him, but they've made up the same amount of ground they were already making on Iliff. Through the bus stop, towards the chicane, Gage Bailey might be close enough for a dive here in the back hairpin. Does he do it? To the bumper, looking inside and for the lead. Gage Bailey to the point, and along with him, Palacio gets by for second. Jack Iliff down to third and losing the lead for the first time here this race.
Yeah, Iliff's going to have to recover quickly and stay in the tow, because Bailey and Palacio, I think, are going to be a dynamic duo. If he loses the tow too quickly, the top two are going to pull away. But as of right now, it's a 3-car battle for the lead. Your new leader, Gage Bailey, followed by Lucas Palacio, moving up 11 spots to be running in P2.
Down the start-finish line straight here, Palacio takes a look over the shoulder, sees Iliff, checks the gap, knows he doesn't have to worry at all, and through turns 1 and 2 now with 6 laps complete. 4 laps to go. Gage Bailey in the Bennick leads them out of turn number 3. Palacio second, Iliff in third, and the gap back from Iliff, well, it's about a second or so before you find Asher Oxteen, who's just worked his way past Alessandro Truccio.
Yeah, that's definitely the case how it is. Top 3 pulling away. Look for them to possibly settle down here for the first couple of laps as they're running together. Again, we're working 3 or 4 laps to go, 3 laps to go next time by. Maybe these next 2 they settle down, get a gap. 2 laps to go, they start going back and forth. That 3-car battle led by Truccio, Asher Oxteen, and the Tyrone Kipper Jr. has been quiet most race long after falling back into 7th. Finds himself up one more position from where he fell back to.
Here comes Truccio back on the inside of Oxteen. He'll get by for 4th. Oxteen back to 5th. Tyrone Kemper Jr. just kind of following that group. It's 2 packs of 3, and then kind of a loosely tied together group behind them led by Maxim Kerwin. He was obviously up front for quite a bit and has since been dropped from both the first and the second trio pairings as Gage Bailey takes it through 1 and 2. 3 laps to go now. Iliff has gone back by on Lucas Palacio, so he's put himself into second, and he might be looking to put himself back to the lead here before the double sticks will come out.
We're going to keep watching. He's on the back bumper. Let's see if he's going to try to pop out before or after the bus stop. His best opportunity, probably going to be the hairpin that they're quickly approaching, is make their way through the bus stop. Now they're making their way single file. Look and see if Iliff running a P2 does this on the inside of Gage Bailey.
Yeah, here they come to the chicane now. Jack Iliff on the bumper of Gage Bailey. Not going to go by here in the hairpin. He'll stay behind him. So no change for your top 3 just yet. It's going to get exciting this time by when they get reminded of the 2 to go signal. We got one turned around over here on the outside. I'm not sure who we just lost. It looks to be one of the, might be one of the RPM Tony carts. Not sure who we lost over there on the outside of the corner. That might have been Keegan Ellsworth in the 184. Either way, your leaders headed out of turns 1 and 2 here. Still single file. Now seeing 2 laps to go. All seem to be content of where they are currently. Palacio not putting any pass attempts back on Iliff just yet. He wants to see what Iliff will do behind your race leader, Gage Bailey. Through the bus stop here. Your top 3's gap back 2 seconds before they find the front bumper of Alessandro Truccio.
Yeah, I think Palacio also maybe settling down, save the tires for a couple laps, make the move towards the end. They have the gap they need. They just need to get to that last lap. Is down the inside. Here comes Iliff. Takes a spot right back. Gage Bailey goes back to P2. Palacio continues to bide his time.
Yeah, Palacio just still waiting there. So Jack Iliff with a lap and a half to go reclaims the lead. Bailey second. Again in third. Still looking on is Lucas Palacio, trying to see where is the best opportunity for him to try and make his move 1 to 2 spots higher. White flag coming. Bailey's going to go to the outside with the slipstream. Palacio looking like he might follow him, but he's not going to have enough momentum. Can Palacio get in there on the brakes, trying to get on the inside for second? He will. He gets clear on Bailey. So Iliff leads now over Palacio.
That is Iliff now going to go all the way to the back in P3, that is, of that front group. Loses a little bit of time. Now he's going to have to go to the toe. I think this is exactly what Palacio wanted. I'm going to wait till the guy in front of him makes the move. I'm going to follow. Now I got all sorts of momentum. Let's see if I can't make the move as they're now approaching the hairpin for the final time. Is he going to try to sit on the inside and also see if Bailey's going to defend? Looks like Bailey making the way out of the chicane. Goes to the inside. They're now 3 wide into the hairpin.
Yeah, Jack Iliff on the inside. Palacio with a nice crossover. Gage Bailey looking on in third, trying to find a way past. Iliff on the bottom still. Palacio can't get the crossover done. He might be able to do something funky in the final corner. That's really his last chance at this point. But Iliff, great final lap, goes a little bit narrow. And across the line, Jack Iliff will win the pre-final in Mini Swift over. Again, a great drive all together for Lucas Palacio. 11 spots gained as they kick up some dust across the line. Gage Bailey ends up third, Truccio fourth, Augustine fifth, Kemper Jr. in sixth, Tyler Roberts seventh, with the black and checkers coming out for some penalties inevitably coming from that one. But as a whole, still, again, very clean, very tame up front. Bit of pack racing, a little bit of defending back and forth, but they all got to figure out here in the pre-final. They probably are not going to be able to pull something off in the final couple turns. They're going to need to do it in the last 2 hairpins and maybe get a little bit more physical than what we saw here today, because they're all playing really nice to start.
Yeah, I think they're going to definitely have to wait till the last half. If you kind of lose momentum in the front half, find your way going towards the back, definitely going to need a partner or friend to help you move your way back up to the front. I believe that was the last round of pre-finals before we go to our lunch break. After that, we still have more heat races still yet. Pre-finals, see how it's coming here, Xander.
Yep, that's right, Caleb. When we come back after lunch, it'll be time for the pro shifters to take to the racetrack here. We'll come back a little bit early, get you some pre-race interviews to talk to some of the boys and girls getting ready to bang some gears. Marion Kremers, Jake French will kick us off after the break. For now, though, enjoy the beautiful views of Utah Motorsports campus here. It is a gorgeous day in Salt Lake City, Utah for the Superkarts USA Pro Tour. Couldn't be a better day to be at the racetrack and racing here with us. If you're watching along online, stick with us. It'll be about a 30-minute break or so. We come back with more action.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together. I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USBKS, SKUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching, to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins
Four-time champion Ryan Norberg winning Super Nationals 24.
Winner!
Winner! Winner!
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. See our products online. Go to odenthalracing.com.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com. And one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Welcome back here live from Utah Motorsports Campus. The Pro Shifter Division has been released onto the racetrack, and they are beginning their warm-up outlap before they line into the grid spots and take off. $14,000, the total prize package up for grabs here this weekend. And the man that's going to lead it off is the one that'll start from the pole for the third race in a row. Marian Kremers, a former KZ Shifter World Champion, looking for his first ever North American Championship. He is trying to set himself up for that with another solid weekend. He swept with a perfect run in New Orleans. He's got a little bit closer of a gap from behind to worry about here this weekend in Salt Lake City, Utah. Jake French, his PSL karting teammate, is going to join him on the outside of row number 1. Then it'll be AJ Myers, reigning national champion, to the inside of row 2 alongside 4-time SKUSA Super National Shifter champion Billy Musgrave. Row 3 will be Hunter Pickett, the newly signed PSL karting driver, puts 3 Red Army machines inside the top 5. To his outside, it'll be Connor Wick in the GFC karting entry. Moving back to row number 4, it'll be Davide Greco in the 214 PSL karting Burrell Art as well. Then Hannah Griedemeyer in the Lando Norris kart for Rollison Performance Group. And rounding your top 10, Josh Campbell in the 235 for GFC, and Jacob Gulick, his teammate, to the outside in the 215. The last few drivers are lined up, including Kyle Wick. Keep an eye on the Track Magic, number 209, starting tail end of the field after braking and qualifying. We go to the lights. Pro Shifter is set in green, and off the start, a terrible start for the front row. Billy Musgrave to the lead into turn number 1. Jake French to second. Marian Kremers back all the way down to 4th, and AJ Myers slots into 3rd. What a start here for Billy Musgrave. He leads for the first time this season, first time all year in Pro Shifter competition.
Out in front, someone who has a lot of experience we haven't seen up front in a while. That is Musgrave. He knows how to get it done. He has won a couple of SKUSA championships. He has won SKUSA Super Nationals. He now finds himself out in front. Marian Kremers is going to have his work cut out for him. Like you said, he may be a world champion, but he's got to go through some of the big names in the U.S. AJ Myers finds himself up in the mix, and he is now under attack from Kremers. Kremers tries to roll the outside line, not able to get it done. That is going to be Myers holding on to P number 3. French trails in second. Right now, Musgrave opens up.
Oh, big contact here, and the barriers over here on the outside. Victor Jimenez and one other, possibly Machete Salas, tagged on the outside retaining wall. As the leaders come down to turn 1, we got a challenge for 3rd still. Musgrave, French, look at Kremers, way deep on the brakes, and he goes wide. AJ Myers sold him a dummy, and now Musgrave under pressure from French. Kremers finally gets the job done in turn number 3. Look at Jake French to the lead.
French was able to get around. Musgrave's got to hold on because now he has Kremers in his rear. Sorry, that's not Kremers.
That is indeed Marian Kremers there in 3rd. Billy Musgrave 2nd. AJ Myers 4th. 5th on the racetrack still with a great start is Connor Wick. And it's a big line as the yellow flags wave. Musgrave on defense mode into the hairpin. Marian Kremers knows he needs to go now because Jake French is getting away. There he goes into 2nd. Myers trying to get by for 3rd. Musgrave hangs on.
Musgrave may have bought just a little bit of time for French out in front. He needs as much gap as he can. Like you said, it's going to be about tire saving here in degradation. But right now, they're going to need to work the draft in their favor. Last lap, he overshot it. He sent it from way back. Was Marian Kremers. He is up into P2. Laid on the brakes again. They're going to bunch back up coming out of turn number 1. French out in front, but here comes Marian Kremers trying to get back up on front.
Yeah, Marian Kremers got a good run through the opening sector here this lap. Can he get back to Jake French? Poor start here, not a lot of laps. 2 already complete, 8 left in the Pro Shifter Pre-Final. Billy Musgrave still kind of got the pack behind him. AJ Myers is watching the Beer-Lard start to drive away, and he knows he's got to make quick work of Musgrave as Kremers pulls closer to French. Here comes Myers. I bet we'll see a move. There it is, turn number 12. He's by for 3rd.
Myers now, looks like there was a couple positions lost there as Musgrave kind of boggled up the field. Myers is going to have to go on attack and see if he can't catch back up to the 2 PSL out in front. He's got his work cut out for him. Roughly about 5 or 6 kart lengths, but as you know in shifters, it's all about consistency. It's easy to lose time, hard to make it back up. Here comes Kremers. He's going to try to send it late on his teammate of Jake French into turn 1. Late on the brakes, closes the gap. Not enough to get it done, but he has now found himself on the back bumper. Jake French is going to have to hold off his teammate running in P number 2.
Problems for Connor Wick in the 229. He is off on the inside of the start-finish line, and unfortunately he has such a great run going, was inside the top 5, down in 7th across the line, and now a DNF. And the Wick brothers, bad luck so far in both of the sessions. Kyle Wick with a DNF in qualifying. Connor Wick now, they're going to have a DNF here in the pre-final as Kremers pulls up to within a kart length. Jake French still a little bit narrow, trying to keep his teammate at bay. AJ Myers, again clear. Musgrave 4th. With the Musgrave bottleneck, it was allowed Hunter Pickett to get up into 5th and get by on Connor Wick, and David Greco followed him through. And here we go, this time by, 4 complete, 6 to go. Jake French keeping the margin even as Marion Kremers continues to try and close.
I'm looking at the gap. A.J. Myers, for a moment, was closing back up to the top 2. PSL Burrell's out in front, but now he's just maintaining. French is having to hold off on Kremers, so look for Myers for hoping that the two start battling it out in front. If that happens, we might see Myers able to close back up. We know Myers has a lot of championships here in the shifter category, so look for him to possibly make it a 3-kart tango if he has the opportunity.
Talked with Jake French here earlier this month. I mean, oh, what a mistake by Marion Kremers. He about lost the rear end of that go-kart through the bus stop, dropped the right rear off into the sand, and Jake French now with a mile-long lead here in Salt Lake City as A.J. Myers closes up. I was about to say, the two of them, Marion Kremers and Jake French, have probably pounded out about 1,000 laps together since NOLA Motorsports Park. I talked with Jake earlier here before this race weekend about NOLA. He said, you know what, to be honest, yeah, I could, the package might have been a little bit better, but I was on the same stuff Marion was, and I just wasn't good enough. I had to do some work, and so they went to work. They spent hundreds of laps in Houston at Speed Sports Racing Park, one of the major Burrell North America dealers. Then they went to his home track in North Texas Carters in Denton, Texas. Ran a club race, tested there as well, a whole week as they got Hunter Pickett acclimated to the chassis and were able to learn a whole lot for both Marion and Jake. And guess what? Back in that club race on home turf for Jake French, his home racetrack, he was able to beat both of them there too as he leads the way here halfway through this pre-final. Kremers starting to make back up ground. I think at this point we may see Marion Kremers just try and ride. I mean, if the pass will be there, he might try and make it happen. We're seeing the gap close back up, but all these drivers have been preaching this entire weekend whenever we talk to them how crucial tire wear is going to be here at Utah Motorsports campus. And so for Marion Kremers, if he's able to make up time and save tires at least as good as he can, he might do it. But he's still got a front row starting spot that would be in the rubber side groove, looking for the main event. As we see this challenge for 4th coming, here comes Hunter Pickett looking to the inside on Billy Musgrave, and there's contact back for 4th as he tries to get by. Musgrave hanging on the outside. Billy Musgrave is one of those guys that is one of the hardest to get by. He will not give an inch no matter how far on the inside you get. He will crowd you. He will run the outside lane to hold on to that spot, and it works out in the gearbox racing because he can go in deeper on the brakes. He can grab a lower gear on the exit. He can power out, but it can definitely frustrate some of the drivers behind. Hunter Pickett cut him a good break there in turn number 1. I don't know how long he'll be patient. Here he goes down the inside in turn number 12. This time he makes it stick. Pickett up into 4th. He brings David Greco with him. Musgrave now on defense mode fully as he's down to 6th.
The two leaders out in front, battling back and forth. French still out in front. Kremers able to close back up. He is in the tow now. Roughly last time he closed up about 3 or 4 tenths. This time back to how it was when he lost on the back end. Down across the start-finish straight. Look for him to pass on the inside possibly. Later on the brakes than French is. Closes up ever so slightly. Look for him to stay in the tow as we are now working 3 laps to go this time. 2 laps to go next time by. Kremers now maybe in the possibility to make a move for the lead.
In comes Billy Musgrave, Vicente Salas, Vicente Salas to the pit lane. Musgrave still on the racetrack. It was one of the other factory card entries with the white helmet, but here comes Marion Kremers, as you mentioned, popping the curbs, trying to make up for that bobble earlier. He's a little bit too far back for a dive bomb here into 12, but he's setting himself up for a good last lap duel with his teammate. He knows A.J. Myers is lurking. Myers has also been at least on pace, if not a little quicker than French in the final few circuits. So with Jake French kind of trying to manage the gap, he's now got a fight coming to his doorstep. 2 to go this time by. Jake French leads Marion Kremers down to turn 1 by 3 car lengths.
Kremers is known for sending it late and using the front brakes to his advantage as they make it down into turn 1. Closes up again. Not enough to make a move. Look for a dive bomb possibly next time by into turn 1 or into the hairpin after the quick chicane of the bus stop. Making the way into the bull. French out in front. A lot of talent and experience in this field. French, Kremers, Myers, Pickett, and also David Greco have a whole bunch of experience when it comes to a gearbox class. Right now we're watching the top 2. French out front, Kremers all over the back bumper, look for a dive bomb into the hairpin.
Yeah, he lost a little ground out of the bus stop, but he got a good run out of the chicane. French knows he's there. He blocks the inside. Kremers goes wide, doesn't get the drive off he needs to challenge into the left. And so Jake French put on a master class of defense right now. The white flag will come. 1 lap to go. The Texan, Jake French, trying to get his first checkered flag of the season. He has been nothing but a bridesmaid here for almost all of 2022. looking to maybe start from the pole for the main after getting a so-so jump off the green and getting to the lead early. Marian Kremers bearing down on him through turns 1 and 2.
Looks like he tried to set up for a late pass on the exit of turn 1, out of turn 2. Now they're making the way into the bull for one more time. French has got to hold on for one more lap, but here they still have the best passing opportunity to Shifter. That tight hairpin, you can use the front brakes to your advantage. Kremers might try to stay on the outside. I have a feeling French is going to defend the inside for all it's worth. Kremers now on the back bumper as they approach the hairpin.
He's closer than he's been here. He might be able to pull something off, but he'll have to be aggressive. He's looking for it. There's contact. Not all the way there. Marian Kremers has the crowd up in arms as they go towards the left. French defends, and that should about do it there because the rest of the racetrack will be single file. Marian Kremers, he gave him a chance, and he tried to get through. French gave him room, but he wasn't going to take him out. Jake French hangs on. He'll win the pre-final in Pro Shifter. What a drive there for Jake French and Marian Kremers. A lot of respect, a lot of love between these two guys now. That said, there's a lot of money up for grabs. I don't know if you'll see nearly as much give and take when we've got $2,500 on the line to win the main today and an extra $3K bonus for the overall on the weekend. But for now, Jake French gets out of the pre-final as the winner. Marian Kremers second, and let's go down and take you through the rest of the finishing order because they have just about all crossed. Jake French, your winner. Marian Kremers right there all the way to the end with the fastest lap of the session. Ends up P2. AJ Myers and Hunter Pickett P3 and P4. Jacob Gulick with a good drive through the field from just outside the top 10 into 5th. He gets by David Greco late in the going, and you can see there Connor Wick 23rd, Chete Salas 22nd, Liam Jones and Victor Jimenez were the two drivers on the first lap. They got connected, and then down the order, Musgrave hangs on to P7, Greenemeyer 8th, Kyle Wick drives all the way from 25th on the grid to 9th, and that is a heck of a drive forward for the former Pro Tour National Champion Kyle Wick. A great run through the field, and got overshadowed by the great battle we had up at the front, but Kyle Wick takes a look at the bumper as he comes on into the scale line, checks to make sure he's all good, and a great drive forward. That's also a lot of points saved for Kyle Wick here because those pre-final points matter as he's trying to salvage that championship run. But Marian Kremers, the perfect run is over. It's still been nothing worse than a second place result, and that is a hard tally of points to catch up to when we get through it. So we'll get them over through the scale, see who we can talk to potentially for some post-race interviews from Pro Shifter as they begin to clear the racetrack. Caleb, your thoughts on that one?
I mean, we saw multiple different leaders within the first 10 laps until French got it. Like we said before, Kremers in P2. He's now going to be on the front row when they take the start. I have a feeling he's probably going to be reviewing how he messed up that previous standing start. It's still a crapshoot, in my opinion.
Well, it's tough to say. The good news there for Marian Kremers is that Jake French did get a better start than him. Musgrave, obviously, a better start than everybody. But both Musgrave and Jake French, they were on the outside lane, on the rubber lane where there is some grip. Now, when it gets to be too grippy, your cart could get stuck in it, but at least right now we don't seem like we have a ton of rubber on the racetrack. We've just got enough that it's clean, whereas the inside's probably still relatively dirty. So all that kind of factors into hopefully giving a good start for Kremers when we look towards the main event later on this afternoon. There's still more racing to come here, and we've got post-race interviews to come as well. But X30 Junior will be up next. PSL Karting's Pro Shifter class is all wrapped and set for their main event this afternoon. Stick with us. Kart Chasers coverage of the SKUSA Pro Tour rolls on.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Sports Campus, the SKUSA Pro Tour continues now with your X30 Junior class, headed up by Brandon Carr. He threw down a heater at the end of qualifying to be able to best Max Taylor, and the pair are lined up on the front row to lead this field to the green. Ernesto Rivera and Aiden Ingrata line up on row number 2. Caleb Gaffera, Cameron Brinkman, row 3. Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Stephen Miller, row 4. Jensen Burnett, Cooper Shipman, row number 5. And the last couple drivers trying to catch up all the way to the end of the field here as they come on by down the start-finish line straight away. And here we are looking for the green flag. Brandon Carr on the bottom side. Looking, and here we go on the power and green down to turn number 1. The inside lane will get help as Rivera pushes on through. They're in third. Gaffera will try to go as well. We've got 1 or 2 off in the dirt out behind the pack, and that was up from inside the top 10, I believe. So we're going to have some shuffling on the leaderboard. But up front, the first 3 on the inside lane at least have gotten away scot-free. It is all Brandon Carr to begin this 10-lap pre-final here at X30 Junior as they head to the bus stop.
Taylor got shuffled back there on the start. That outside line didn't have the momentum that we saw in the shifters. Finding his way back in the 4th position as they make their way through the quick chicane. Now they make their way to the hairpin. Let's see them sort themselves out. Down to the inside, pass for second. If I'm not mistaken, that was Rivera moving up 1 position, but I could be wrong. Yeah, that was Max Taylor. He was able to get back to 3rd somehow, backed by Caleb Gaffera, I believe in turn number 3. So he was able to move up and now gets back to 2nd. He goes by on Ernesto Rivera, tried to bring Caleb Gaffera with him, could not. It's still all Brandon Carr, now with an even bigger gap down the front straightaway for lap number 1. And here comes this group here, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, going back to Jesus Vasquez Jr., pushing Max Taylor. Gaffera going to go by Rivera to the inside in 1 and 2. He will get clear. We got more off the racetrack there at the end. There's 2 hooked together on the outside of turn number 1 and 2 while the leaders go to the bowl. We've lost a few more just outside your top 10 still. Your updated order, of course, has Carr, Taylor, Gaffera now, then Rivera, then Vasquez, then Cameron Brinkman, Burnett, Stephen Miller, Aiden Ingrata, and Gavin Witt, your top 10. Gaffera and Taylor need to be careful. They start battling each other like they're about to do. They almost did going to the hairpin. They could see Brandon Carr start to run away from the field. So he has now opened up about a 3 or 4 car length advantage down to the inside. Here comes Gaffera getting around Taylor. Taylor falls back to 3rd. Gaffera now up to 2nd. These two got to work together if they don't want to let the leader of Carr run away as they make their way down. Oh, a couple of guys dropping some tires. Huge dust cloud making their way to the back parts of the track. Now towards the start-finish straight, up into P2 for the first time this afternoon. Caleb Gaffera is going to trail Carr. He is now the fastest car out on track as they make their way down into turn number 1. Gaffera starts to pull away from Max Taylor running up into P3, who originally started in the front row, and now putting the pressure on the leader, Caleb Gaffera, all over the back bumper of Brandon Carr. Yeah, here they go through the bowl, out of it, towards the bus stop here, working lap number 3. Brandon Carr may end up going on defense earlier than expected if he's going to try and keep them all at bay. He knows he's got teammates behind him that are probably not going to fight each other as they may fight him. Through the chicane, Gaffera's close, looking inside. Carr lets him go, and Caleb Gaffera takes over the lead. Max Taylor, 2 car lengths back here from Brandon Carr, half a second back from Taylor to find the next in line, which is going to be Jensen Burnett, having worked his way up here halfway through this lap. Ingrata still there in 5th. And we'll come to see 7 laps to go, 3 complete. Caleb Gaffera leads for the first time here in X30 Junior. Carr and Taylor are in the tow of Gaffera. Gaffera is the fastest car. Let's see if he's able to pull away a little bit. Opens up about a half a car length advantage right now to Carr running in P2. Carr almost under attack there from Max Taylor running in the 3rd spot. Top 3 continue to go nose to tail. A little bit of separation between 2 and 3. Sorry, 1 and 2 I should say. Gaffera still holds on to the half a car length advantage. Top 3 need to settle in. If they don't, we could see Jensen Burnett and Aiden Ingrata, 2 experienced drivers, along with Stephen Miller, make it a 6-car battle. Miller trailing a little bit farther behind at 6, but Ingrata on the back bumper of Burnett running NP number 4. Here they go through the bus stop towards the chicane. Max Taylor closing up to Brandon Carr. Here he comes, looking inside for 2nd. He will get through. So Max Taylor puts Brandon Carr back to 3rd. And again, defends a little bit just to hold the spot. Takes that thought away of Carr passing him right back. And Caleb Gaffera will extend that lead to about 3 car lengths
towards the final couple corners. 6 laps to go this time by, 4 complete. We're watching Jensen Burnett put on a great run here in the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony kart. I mean, he is still closing in on the leaders. Went purple that time by, 3/10 better than race leader Caleb Gaffera, and he's bringing the CRG Speed Concepts Racing of entry of Aiden Ingrata along for the ride. So now we've got 4 together in this kind of 2nd through 5th pack that should swallow up the leader in a moment or two and make it a 5-car party up front.
Yeah, definitely a 5-car battle is a possibility, but right now it is all Caleb Gaffera. Drove all the way up to the lead, moving up 4 positions. Still has about now a 2-car length advantage over Max Taylor in P2. Look for a pass down the inside here. That is going to be Jensen Burnett, able to make up one more spot, getting around Carr. So Carr continues to find himself falling back through the field after leading in the opening. Aiden Ingrata not able to follow, so top 5 still relatively close, but points still Caleb Gaffera by about 2.5 car lengths.
Yeah, here they go through the S's towards the final turn, out of the final corner and down the front straightaway. Caleb Gaffera leading his lead, now cut in half, was 4/10, 2 1/4 now, back to Max Taylor. Jensen Burnett into 3rd and looking to close the gap to Taylor as well. Again, Burnett just digging the Canadian with a fantastic drive in the works here as they work their way through turn number 3 and on forward. Out of the pole this time, Caleb Gaffera, a car length back to Max Taylor, and they'll head towards the bus stop here. We've got them working their way around here with 4.5 laps to go. We'll also be having some of our pro shifter drivers as they've cleared post-race tech inspection to talk to in just a few moments. But Gaffera, 3 car lengths here, headed into turn number 12. And we'll send it on down to our Jenna Tommy, who's caught up with the man that got the whole shot from the 2nd row, Billy Musgrave. Jenna?
Billy Musgraves, that was a legendary hole shot. There was a bit of drama under the PSL with pushback bumpers and teammate rivalries, so we didn't get a chance to talk to them. But I want to turn it over to you. What's it like driving a shifter around this track?
Honestly, it's slow. It's this altitude or something. It takes all our horsepower away. So honestly, the driving is the easy part. The hard part is getting the car and the chassis and honestly the jetting figured out. So, we struggled a little bit. We had it close this morning, but unfortunately I don't think we changed enough stuff for that heat race, so it got caught out a little bit. But hey, at least I led a lap or so.
Before the final, are you going to go back and change anything, or are you just going to leave it and pray?
No, we got to make some wholesale changes. So that heat race, we kind of left everything the same from qualifying just to see how the track evolved. Unfortunately, it caught us out pretty bad right there. But yeah, I know what to do. I think for the next main event, I know it's going to get a lot hotter. Track's probably going to get a lot worse. So I think we'll give it a shot.
Yeah, everyone's been talking about tire management, and especially now that the track is getting hotter. Who do you think is going to be your biggest competition this weekend for a podium spot?
Unfortunately, it looks like Kremers is going to walk away with this thing again, barring another starting incident. I don't know what it is with the Europeans and their starts, but we can only hope. Honestly, I think Kremers is the man to beat right now. Obviously, Jake, AJ. We'll see where Jake starts after his penalty. AJ is going to be tough. He's always got long-run pace, so hopefully I can make it back up in the top 5, try to sneak away with a podium here. I'd be happy with that.
Yeah, a lot of money on the line.
Yes. It's really cool to see Aspen pitching in all the money, and it's good to see the big shifter kart fields again. It's been a while since we've had close to 30 shifters on the track, and all the top 10 of us here are really quick, so it's good.
Yeah, you heard Danny Formal talk about in Happy Hour a few weeks ago how he really wanted to bring the competition back to European or American shifter driving. Do you think any of that's coming back, or do you not see a hope for it?
No, in the last couple months, I think the sentiment has started to shift. So, hopefully in the next few months, or even for Super Nats, you start to see some of these single-speed drivers that are younger, making their way into the shifter kart stuff. I've been around for a while now. I'm, I think, the oldest guy in the field at 30 years old. So, unfortunately, there's not really that young generation that's coming up in. I think we have Parker DeLong, the youngest driver right now in the shifter. So it's cool to see him stepping it up. And yeah, it's hard. He's struggling a little bit, but it's not meant to be easy.
It is not meant to be easy. Thanks so much for catching us up.
Of course. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jenna, here. And again, as Billy Musgrave said, with Jake French's penalty, that's going to shake things up majorly here in the pro shifter division. I'm sure that maybe a protest will be coming for that, but nonetheless, out of turns 1 and 2 here, a lot of midfield battling is what we've been focusing on, because with 2 laps to go now, the leaders have still been pretty tame. Caleb Gaffera leads over Max Taylor. Jensen Burnett has given up the 3rd spot to Aiden Ingrata. So this midfield fight is more so what has been a little bit of the focus, as we've seen a few drivers kind of coming up the order. Here is your leaders into turn number 12. Taylor, a car length back, trying to reel him in, and Aiden Ingrata with a late push to try and get there. He'll come to see the white flag this time along with everybody else in the X30 Junior class.
I wouldn't count Aiden Ingrata out of it. Like he said, you're down by a couple kart lengths. However, if Taylor makes his move on Gafera sometime in this final lap, all he needs is just a little bit, Ingrata does, to catch back up to the top two. And right behind him, Jensen Burnett, who's had a fantastic run so far, moving up 5 spots, also there to make a move if anything happens between these two who are running out in front. Gafera running 1, Taylor in 2, no pass to turn 1, and there in the 3rd and 4th spot, you can see Ingrata and Burnett there to make their move if they get the opportunity.
Max Taylor and Caleb Gafera spent a lot of time around each other, racing against each other all year long. They probably know already a handful of the other's tricks when it comes to the final lap, and they know what to expect. That midfield battle, I want to give a shout out really quickly. Michael Costello has climbed up already 12 spots into 9th from the back of the grid. We saw him in qualifying have an issue. He's into the top 10. Back to the lead, Caleb Gafera blocks the inside just easily. Over one more corner really to defend 4. Taylor goes high, Gafera low, and it'll be nice and easy for Caleb Gafera because he can really stack them up now. If Taylor wants to get aggressive, he could try something in the back, but as a whole, this is about how they will finish across the line. Caleb Gafera, a nice and smooth pre-final, punches his ticket to the pole for the X30 Junior Division. Taylor 2nd, Ingrata 3rd. And not much more all really to add to that one there. Just a smooth pre-final finish for the X30 Junior class as they work their way through turn number 2 and over towards the bowl on the cool-down lap. Let's keep an eye, of course, on Ingrata. And again, Jensen Burnett, we talked about how quick he was all race long. That pace kind of seemed to fade the last couple laps, but he was really coming on strong in the beginning. Maybe that was a little part of design to try and make sure he could make up ground early. But then by the end there kind of seemed to kind of plateau a little bit in the final few laps. Either way, he'll get to start 4th, Ingrata 3rd. And let's take you to the rest of the results from the X30 Junior Pre-Final. Again, Gafera, Taylor, Ingrata, Burnett, then Brandon Carr, your pole sitter, finishes in 5th. Jesus Vasquez Jr. 6th. Stephen Miller 7th. And we look further down the order, Ernesto Rivera with a problem during that pre-final session. He'll have to start from the tail end of the field in the 724. A few other names that have kind of gone up or down. Teddy Musella up a handful of spots. Cameron Brinkman up a couple. Max Garcia still about in the middle there, right behind G3 Argyros. But if we round off our top 10, again, Michael Costello 9th, Cameron Brinkman just behind him. And as a whole, again, a nice and smooth, easy-going pre-final for your juniors. They've been behaving themselves so far today, for the most part. A little bit of skirmishes outside of the lead pack, but up front, some smart racing there in that X30 Junior Pre-Main. Caleb Gafera comes away with the win. We're going to go to commercial break. When we come back, we'll start to have some pre-race interviews for the X30 Pro Pre-Final as the X30 Masters and Shifter Masters take to the racetrack.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is. Braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USBKS, SKUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
X30 and Master Shifters are making their way out onto the racetrack here. And while they are, we've got Jenna Tommy down with a few of our X30 juniors. Let's go ahead and send it down to her. She's caught up with the pole sitter in qualifying, Brandon Carr, who faded a little bit there through the pre-final. Jenna?
Brandon, you were our pole sitter, and then we saw the end of the race where you had a gap back to the front four. What happened there?
Yeah, it was fast on the first 2 laps, but then dropped back a bit, but still 5th, so good start for the final.
How's the pack driving?
Yeah, it's good. You got your front lot who's really fast, and then the next pack that's just a little bit slower, but hopefully we can stay with the front pack and go for the win.
Yeah. What are you hoping for, or what do you think the viewers can expect from the final? Do you think the driving will be aggressive or pretty more mild?
Yeah, I think it'll be more of a race, a bit more aggressive, but we'll have to see.
Yeah. Thanks, Brandon.
Thank you.
All right, who's next?
Again, obviously not the best start to the day here for Brandon Carr, but after a good qualifying and at least hanging inside the top 5, he'll be all right. She's at least caught up now on the other end here. A driver who wasn't the best through qualifying or final practice yesterday, but ends up as your pre-final winner. Jenna?
Caleb, we've been talking to you a lot because you've been leading a lot of these fields this year. How'd you manage to get up 4 spots in this pre-final?
Well, on the start, I got up 2, so then I ended up 3rd, and then just slowly worked my way forward, and I had a bumper, so I ended up 5th.
How'd you get that bumper?
On the start, we were just pushing so hard, I just ended up getting a bumper, unlucky.
Do you ever get nervous that in that front 4 or 5 of you guys that tends to always be there, that you guys are going to crash each other out?
Not really, no. I just try to stay in front, and then the farthest I really want to go back is 3rd.
Well, to not be on that podium would be so ever so heartbreaking for you, wouldn't it? What are you hoping for the final?
Hopefully a top 3. I mean, we're fast, but it's hard to pull away on this track, so we'll see how it ends up in the final.
Thanks, Caleb.
Thank you.
Well, Caleb Gaffera, as he mentioned, he thinks he's pretty quick here, and of course should be thinking that as well. He's had a great start to his day while the Master Shifters are underway here with Robert Feige, Mike Gausch, and as well Ken Schilling. 1, 2, and 3. The X30 Masters of Mike Rullison and Mario Barrios playing around here at Utah Motorsports campus. We've still got a few more X30 juniors we'll hopefully talk to, along with the X30 pros that are starting to make their way over to the grid to give you an idea of what they're thinking before their pre-final gets started. And then, of course, a short break with the national anthem played as well, and then we'll get going with our main events in the afternoon, beginning with the micro sifts. Remember, if you'd like to watch all of the main event coverage here this weekend, you can do so by going to youtube.com/kartchaser/join. You're watching the free coverage we have of qualifying and pre-finals, but to watch the main event, going to be a KC Premium member at $9.99 a month. So go to youtube.com/kartchaser/join or go to our youtube.com/kartchaser section and hit the join button to become a KC Premium member at $9.99 a month. You're going to get 4 races here this month. The SKUSA Pro Tour here this weekend at Salt Lake City, Utah. Next week, the Route 66 Sprint Series at Badger Kart Club in Wisconsin. And the following week after that, a doubleheader with 2 choices of racing. The Stars Championship Series Night Fight at GoPro Motorplex and the Texas Sprint Racing Series at North Texas Carters in Denton, Texas. We'll go down here to Jenna. She's caught up with another one. One driver's had a very impressive drive through the field. Jenna?
So you started 22nd and you got up to 16th in 1 lap. Michael, walk me through that.
So we go through turn 1. You know, my intention isn't really to move up that much in turn 1, just stay clean. Turn 2, I saw a couple drivers have a little bit of a scrap, so I figured just go on the inside and, you know, stayed clean through there. Again, my whole main objective for the first lap was to protect my bumper, and yeah, I really made my moves in about 2, 3, and a little bit in the back there. Yeah, and then that's basically all about first lap then.
Yeah, you managed to keep your bumper clean. How in this pack?
Honestly, Phil just said he was going to give me $100 if I did. So thank you for my money, Phil. And honestly, you know, I knew it was going to help me quite a lot if I didn't get a penalty, because I knew, especially here, since it's quite hard to pass, I knew that there might be some dirty moves, so I knew if I could stay as clean as I could, we could move up quite a lot, in which we did, so quite happy with that.
Yeah, we talked a little bit earlier, and you said that the driving here isn't the smartest.
Yeah, there's just one particular driver that I felt that if he may have worked together with me a little bit better, we probably could have gone another 2 or 3 positions. But I mean, no worries. Now I start really good for the final. So it's honestly just up to me. I'm just gonna try and get to Brandon. Then from there, we're just gonna work together as much as we can.
Yeah. So you and Brandon work together. Where do you think you both end up?
Honestly, it depends how the race goes because I'm not trying to say anything to jinx it, but we work really well together, display as well, and in Homestead and a lot of other places. So I'm quite confident. So yeah.
Thank you, Michael. Good luck.
Thank you, and let's go do this.
Again, Michael Costello obviously in good spirits now after not so much here later or earlier on today with that issue in qualifying, but a great run. Sets himself up for a top 10 starting spot here in the main. That's kind of all you can ask for, is to at least be able to launch pretty good. With 5 laps to go here in Master Shifter, you haven't missed too much on the racetrack. Robert Fige continues to lead over Mike Gauch and Ken Schilling. Those are the two on screen here in second and third, separated by about half a second or so. With the rest of the field, there is your first and second in X30 Master, Mike Rollison leading around Mario Barrios in what is basically a nice coaching day on a rubbered up racetrack. In the meantime, let's send it over down to the grid once again. Jenna's caught up with another one, Max Taylor. Jenna?
So here with Max Taylor, who finished first by default because of a bumper penalty. Walk me through that front pack.
Yeah, I was starting second on the outside. It's kind of hard to start on the outside, so I dropped down to third. Then later in the lap, I passed for second, and then I was just putting in laps in to catch my teammate Caleb. We had pretty similar pace, so I wasn't able to get him in the end, but he had a bumper penalty, so I won it.
Yeah, so Caleb's starting fifth. You're starting on pole. How are you going to keep him behind you?
Yeah, get a good start, get a good jump off the line, defend, and just put some laps in.
So question for you. You're not that old, so you don't have all the prefrontal cortex development that those shifter drivers do, where they think those things through. That was a lot for me to say, so sorry. When you're driving, do you shut your brain completely off and you just go on autopilot, or how much are you thinking in reality?
I mean, I'm 100% focused on the race, hitting my marks, hitting the corners, but I think in the back of my head I'm also thinking like about some race strategy, where I have to be and when, and yeah.
So you don't have that just think or don't think, just do mentality that some other drivers have, which probably helped you get your pole today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, that was really stuttery.
So back to it here with 3.5 laps to go. Still just watching Mike Rollison and Mario Barrios get after it as the X30 pros begin to make their way out. Max Taylor, of course, solid day here, and with a new operation, he's got a couple top 5 starting positions looking for the main events later this afternoon. That's really all you can ask for, or at least they aren't close to it, Caleb. 2 to go this time by, I believe. Well, next time for these guys, they'll get 3 to go here for the X30 Masters. 2 to go for the Shifter Masters on the circuit as they continue to clear up here while the grid is getting fuller and fuller of X30 Pro Seniors. I don't know about you, Caleb. I think we're in for a really good show for that one.
Oh, absolutely. I think the heat races was just a little bit of a preview of, or sorry, the qualifying was a little bit of a preview of what yet to come. Obviously, there was a big debacle with everyone trying to figure out how they're going to run in the draft by themselves, who they're going to run with. Now we put them all together in the heat races. You're going to see exactly where everyone can run on track. Qualifying is just a preview. Pre-heat races, I think, is where a good show is going to be, and that's going to determine the starting spots for later on this afternoon, which no, it doesn't feel like it. The sun's straight up. Feels like these are the finals right now, Xander, but we still got more racing still yet to come.
We've got a whole afternoon of racing to come our way here. Of course, this is the second to last pre-final. You're watching this again free. You can watch the main events with becoming a KC Premium member at $9.99 a month. By going to youtube.com/kartchaser/join. You've got a little bit of time left before you'll miss out on watching the main events live here today. If you can't do it, totally fine. The main events are always released in the afternoon on Wednesday following race weekend, so you'll be able to catch up on all the action you may have missed, and you can watch for the clips on our social media feeds to the afternoon as well. Right now, we're pretty much just about on schedule, right? It's just been a solid afternoon and morning of racing. We've got definitely the sun bearing down, no question. Could be about 10 degrees cooler. If someone wants to turn the AC on, I don't think many would complain. But beyond that, it's been a smooth and easy beginning to the SKUSA Pro Tour stop here in Utah. And what a beautiful sight it is, again, having the mountains in the background as the white flag waves for the X30 Master and Master Shifter Pre-Final. Just a super picturesque racetrack here in Utah.
Yeah, I think you can ask for a better backdrop or a better day for it. Like I said, maybe not a bad idea if it gets a little bit cooler, but who's complaining? Rather have this over rain. One more lap to go here for your shifters. Robert Fege out in front. This is his second year competing in the shifter circuit on the SKUSA Pro Kart Series. Last year he ran in Masters as well. Finds himself out in front, leading the way. Mario Barrios leading the way for your X30 Masters. So two guys who have got a little bit of experience, about to do one more lap here for the checkered flag, and that's going to line up the feature for this afternoon.
Yeah, but it'll keep it nice and even. So here we go. There is Barrios leading over Mike Rollison, just kind of going back and forth as across the line for the checkers. Here in Master Shifter will come Robert Fege. He'll put himself to start on the pole for the main event. And then for X30 Master, Raleigh, let's see if he challenges his customer Mario or is going to let him take that one on through. And again, this is great track time that these two are getting without the stress of having really a lot of other drivers in the division. They can treat this as a high-performance test day for both of them. Through the S's this time and towards the final corner, Barrios will lead the pair and across the line for X30 Master to be completed. The X30 Pro Seniors will be up next, our last pre-final before the short break and switch over on the streams to the main events. Coming up here next and coming up shortly. Here live from Salt Lake City, Utah, you're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the SKUSA Pro Tour.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee. And on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. To see our products online, go to odenthalracing.com. And here we go, getting set to go green for X30 Pro Senior as Paul Bocuse is set to lead the field to the green flag for the first time in his rookie season. Up front in X30 Pro Senior and on the pole is the rookie Paul Bocuse out of Orlando, Florida. It's the first time he leads them from the pole, first time he qualified ahead of Ryan Norberg in SKUSA competition, I believe. And it's a great run in the works if he can put it all together. Norberg to the outside lane, row 2. Hayden Jones and Nate Cicero. Row 3, Jeremy Fletcher and Frankie Mossman. It's a rookie swarm on the 3rd row. Then row 4, Zachary Clayman DeMello, Jason Leung. Row 5, another pair of rookies, Julian DaCosta and Cole Kleck. 29 drivers in the tram lines looking for the green flag as the RPG Cosmics bring us down to turn number 1. Bocuse with a nice jump, and they're going to freight train Norberg back a little bit. Jones should get through into 2nd, but more pushing and shoving there for 5th place on back as Jeremy Fletcher gets moved a little bit wide, and they are all 2 and 3 abreast headed through turn 3.
Yeah, Fletcher losing a little bit more positions I think he anticipated, especially the inside line. They typically tend to make up more. Now he finds himself all the way back in the field. Looks like probably in the 6th or 7th spot. But right now it's RPG 1, 2, 3. Out in front, the rookie, Paul Bocuse. Norberg finds himself in P number 3, though. Look for him to quickly make his way back up to the front.
Hayden Jones on the defense a little bit there into the back hairpin. Fletcher still 4th as Norberg will look for 2nd, and he will take the spot away in turn number 13 and 14, and Fletcher follows him through. Nicely done by Jeremy Fletcher in the RPM Tony kart. He gets up into 3rd, closing up to Norberg. Jones back to 4th, and they've got more company behind them as there is Nate Cicero. Along with Cicero, looks to be, is that Julian DaCosta potentially? That's Zachary claiming the mellow up into the 6th spot already with a nice start on the Paralyn.
Something you got to keep in mind, Ryan Norberg is someone you have to keep the pressure on or else he's going to walk away. I don't think you can get more of a consistently fast driver than Norberg. So right now look for the young gun and Jeremy Fletcher to stay on his back bumper. Paul Bocuse obviously is leading the way, but I think it's going to be a matter of time before Norberg pulls both Fletcher and Jones up to that front pack.
Yeah, let's see here. Paul Bocuse, his lead at the line was nearly a 2nd. He's gotten away nicely. Norberg trying to lead the charge back, and it's a big charge behind him there. Fletcher, followed by Cicero, who got by Hayden Jones there. Jones in the 5th spot. DeMello in 6th, and there's pressure behind him as DeMello uses that as a reason to go by Jones. Zachary claiming DeMello another spot up. Cole Kleck trying to find a way around Jones as well. They'll put 2 laps in the books now, 8 to go. Norberg leading the charge forward. We got 2 off. Oh no, Jason Leung. And one more. Is that Donovan Bonilla potentially? Oh man, that is Donovan Bonilla and Laurent Legault. Sorry, not Leung. Laurent Legault and Donovan Bonilla, 2 teammates there get tagged together. So that was back around midfield or so, as up front we've had some more shuffling back for what looks to be 5th still. DeMello had to fend him off a little bit. He's held the position, but they've lost some ground to this group of 3. Norberg, Fletcher, Cicero all going forward. Here comes Cicero and Fletcher. He'll go by for 3rd.
You're talking about someone who has no allies in the top pack. That is going to be your now 4th placement, Jeremy Fletcher, the only kart in the top 5 who's on a Rawlison Performance group. So he is running under Ryan Perry in P number 4. Now he's going to have to follow Nate Cicero and see if they can't catch back up. Again, Ryan Norberg just taking a little bit off the lead there of Paul Bocuse. Bocuse pulled away in the start. Last time by, it was about a 6/10 of a second deficit between the 2 of them. Now it's down to 3, so he's cut it by half. And the fastest kart on track is your 3rd placement, that's Cicero for the moment. Now it's going to go to Wes Ducek running in the 12th spot. So the entire field is fast. Right now we're going to watch the battle out as the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th start to make their way back up to Paul Bocuse, who's your leader.
And that's what the story of this class has been throughout a lot of the year. Outside of kind of going up or down in the beginning or holding onto your tires for the end, everybody can get pretty close to the same lap time in the middle of the race. So qualifying's key. Your starts are key. In this case, Paul Bocuse did a great job of both of them, but he's getting hunted down, as mentioned here. Norberg closing in. Cicero, Fletcher all trying to get there. Fletcher losing a little bit more to Cicero here as they go through turns 13 and 14.
Jeremy Fletcher in P number 4. He has done a great job of staying with the top 3. He find himself running up into the 3rd spot. Now he's in P number 4, trailing right behind the RPGs out in front. All the Cosmics making their way on the front stretch. And there's the green top car. Ryan Perry in P number 4 of Jeremy Fletcher as he is up on the wheel trying to see if he can't stay in the draft. Ryan Norberg has now caught up to Paul Bocuse, your leader. Let's see how long until he tries to make his move. I think he's a little bit faster. He's definitely consistent, but is he going to try to wait it out towards the end or just get around and see if he can't pull away?
Yeah, let's see if they kind of take their time with it. Nate Cicero knows that if Norberg gets hot here in the season, it'll be tough to challenge him when they go to Newcastle Motorsports Park, where he's clinched so many national championships here, 4 in the X30 Senior class alone. Down the backstretch towards the chicane. Bocuse, 1 car length up on Norberg. He'll look inside. New leader, Ryan Norberg to the point. Bocuse back to 2nd, Cicero 3rd. Fletcher is close there in the 4th spot. Almost close enough, just trying to get there through 13 and 14.
Making their way into the back parts of the track. Look for Ryan Norberg leading the 2 others of Bocuse. Cicero, Fletcher now able to close back up due to that pass. They're all in the tow. Is Bocuse going to try to pass back? I don't think he's close enough, but he's in the tow. Let's see if he's going to pop out. Goes to the back bumper. Doesn't make a move going down into turn 1. So it's going to be Ryan Norberg, your leader. Bocuse in P number 2. Cicero in P3. And right there on the back bumper in that train is going to be Jeremy Fletcher.
Yeah, through turn number 3, 4, over to 5. Norberg still good. Over and out of 5 now to the bus stop chicane. Ryan Norberg, Paul Bocuse, Nate Cicero, Jeremy Fletcher, the group behind, led by Cole Kleck now, who is up 5 spots from his qualifying time. he's finally gotten some clean racetrack and is 3/10 better than the leaders at the moment. So Kleck on the Speed Concepts Racing CRG might have something for the main, might have something here in this pre-final if they fight a little bit more and give him a chance to close on up as they go to the S's again. He's only going to have 4 laps left. Norberg leading over Bocuse, Cicero, Fletcher, single file for the top 4. I don't think you'll see either one really make a move on Norberg till 2 to go. Cicero might do something on Bocuse though here in turn number 1 as they all come together, and there he goes, Cicero for second.
Up one more spot. Fletcher then uses the accordion effect to his favor. He's going to close back up to the top 3. We are now working 4 laps to go. It's going to be 3 to go next time by. Ryan has not pulled away like we thought he did. Again, that toe is immense, making their way out of that back couple of corners down this long front straightaway. You could be about a 10th or 2 faster than the rest of the field, but due to that toe effect going down into turn number 1, kind of just bring everyone with you, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, here we go through the right-left chicane again. Norberg leading over Cicero now, and Cicero closed that gap up easily. Didn't have a problem getting back to Norberg. Is he going to go early, or does he wait till 2 to go? Either way, Cole Kleck is still on the way forward. He was another 10th and a half better than Norberg last time by, digging towards the lead. So can Cole Kleck get there? He needs a little more shuffling. Coming to see 3 to go this time. Nate Cicero might be close enough for a dive into 1. Here he comes to the bumper, and he will look and go for the lead. Nate Cicero to the lead in 1 and 2.
Norberg falls back to P number 2. Now here comes Bocuse. He had an option for a run there going up into turn 3, decided not to take it. Stays on the back bumper of his mentor, Ryan Norberg. P number 4, Jeremy Fletcher, watching the top 3 battle out in front. He is liking what he's seeing. He is in the perfect position to wait until next lap or the lap after that when they get the white flag to make his move. Right now sitting in P4, they're not too far out, and he is just within striking distance if something happens out in front.
Yeah, I think Jeremy Fletcher needs about another 1/10 of a second per lap to be able to compete here in the main. He's hanging in the draft. He's driving as good as he probably can right now, but he doesn't have enough pace to be able to challenge the top 3. He needs them to fight more, and then he could maybe get into it or come on really, really late here, because that could be the case too. He looked great in the last sector compared to Bocuse. And look at Cole Kleck coming into the picture. The amount of pace this kid has this weekend is surreal. 2 to go. Cole Kleck is within drafting distance of Fletcher as your leaders head into 1.
Ryan did not make a move on Nate as they make their way out of turns number 2. Bocuse still running the 3rd spot. Fletcher is about to be under attack here shortly. I don't think the 3 RPMs out in front know just how close Cole Kleck is starting to close back up. Last lap he went purple, so he is the fastest car on track. Ran a 58.6, which is about 2 tenths faster than your leader.
Contact in the back. Blake Nash and Kyriakos Soukas come together. Nash going to cut the course a little bit. He's going to let them all go on through. But a rough deal there for Blake Nash and Kiri Soukas. 2 teammates, actually, coming together over at the exit of turn number 3 as we go back to the lead. Cicero, Norberg, Bocuse, and Cole Kleck has gone around Jeremy Fletcher for 4th.
Keep an eye on Kleck. They're coming up on 1 lap to go, but he has got the momentum that he needs. Norberg's probably going to try to make his move this last lap, and I think Kleck knows that. All he's got to do is get around Paul Bocuse, who is starting to fall off for the 2 leaders going down into turn 1. Let's see if there's going to be a pass for the lead. To the inside to defend goes Cicero. Norberg's got to try to roll the outside. He's going to try the crossover move. Ryan Norberg, your new leader. Cicero falls back into P number 2, and Paul Bocuse is right there in P3 with Kleck and running in P number 4.
Look at Cole Kleck with a nice over-under move, trying to get clear on Bocuse, and they get together! Big contact, and off the racetrack goes Cole Kleck. Paul Bocuse able to keep it going. Kleck tried to clear himself, and the rookie was just trying to get it every inch that he could, and he ends up getting bit by it. Norberg, the leader now, over Cicero with a gap to Fletcher. Here they go, final 2 hairpins. Cicero, all he can do is follow. Maybe a crossover back, but this is the last chance, and he knows it. Norberg going to defend this one nicely. Parks it on the curb. Cicero can't do anything. Jeremy Fletcher is right there. Through the S's, we got another one. Clayman DeMello gets turned and coming to the start-finish line. Ryan Norberg is going to win the pre-final here in X30 Senior in a wild final lap that has taken a lot of contenders down the order. Wow.
Wonder how that conversation with Bocuse and Cole Kleck is going to go after this one.
Yeah, I think you're going to have 2 unhappy rookie sensations. Also, problems for Frankie Mossman on the final lap. He just passed by us at the broadcast booth. And a DNF for the 377 Bennick driver. He'll pull it into the scale house. But Nate Cicero tried it, got to the lead early, and unfortunately gave it up washing out a little bit too wide in turns 1 and 2. Got a little lesson again from the coach himself, Ryan Norberg, who wins the pre-final. Cicero second, Jeremy Fletcher third, Hayden Jones in fourth, Jason Leung and Wes Juchak fifth and sixth. And you can see some of the big names down the order. Dalton Haynes, Frankie Mossman, Blake Nash, Kerry Sukas. Laurent Legault was having a good weekend going again as well. He'll start tail end Charlie. Then for Clayman DeMello, he's 15th. Cole Kleck rebounds to 9th, but I mean, considering where he was, that's pretty unfortunate. Pedro Hiltbrand fell back a few spots. Christian Brooks up a few. We've got a lot to talk about following that X30 Pro pre-final. Now, if you want to watch the main events here, you got to go to youtube.com/carchaser/join to follow along with everything we got going. For now, we'll sign off from this pre-final feed and give you interviews and more after this.
Yeah, Carl, pull the grid, pull the shot of the grid, some guys going around.